Does this mean I have to start behaving?
Generally.
I mean, to be fair,
The start date of this episode is classified as of current recording. An intelligence detail under the orders of Lieutenant Commander Varda Radun has been assigned to the surveillance and investigation of the Federation human citizen Miao, based out of the planet New London. This detail has been utilizing a friendly asset to the SS Yandy to infiltrate the star system and act as a starship support for the operation. This operation has slowly been learning details and particulars about Miao's corporation, as well as the motivations of herself and her firm regarding hostile covert intentions toward the senior staff of Tiger Squadron. Situation escalated rapidly and required direct action by the intelligence detail to prevent loss of life and to curtail an interstellar criminal conspiracy. Review of this file has been allowed to determine the facts of the mission, to evaluate operational performance, discern illegal or unethical practices, or other such factors for consideration for future assignments. Play the raw music there.
Oh, charming. I like how all of our bars are on 0.
We're all dead.
We're all dead.
You've suffered 0 stress so far.
Oh, they're okay. I see.
We've been dead the
Either
whole
that,
time.
or we're just we might
because
not
they
be dead,
fill.
but we might be really, really stressed with our jobs.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that the wording is fill, and I was like, oh, that's clever, but never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we know that Captain, there is a briefing happening aboard the SS Yandy regarding the mission, headed by the head of Spy Team Yandy, Lieutenant Romy Pava, who was authorized by the intelligence officer of the Tiger Squadron, one Lieutenant Commander Varder, who is at the initial briefing. Hagen's probably there because he's the ship captain. You probably want to loop him in. So if you need him to be at X place or Y place, you need to know where what he's doing, so he doesn't just go wandering off.
There is a certain degree of transparency we should have with our ride.
Yeah.
Grant Poltnick will be there.
Yeah, Killip.
Killa would be there. Who else will be there? Sorry?
Grant.
Grant.
What race is Grant?
And we'll put these people in reserve.
Krogan.
Waiting to be activated as necessary. They'll be briefed later on, but these are the people who are the immediate people who are getting the initial brief because you're the first part of Spy Team Yandy that are activating.
Ironically, the leader, the second in command, the ride, and the hacker.
Yeah.
I
mean, everyone else can kind of like just get their specific briefing. These are the people who need to know all the stuff.
Yep. Although this is going to be pretty specific. Oh, no, not so much. Anyway. So, we all know the general reason why we are here, but we do need to run over that just to ensure primarily Captain Hagen here is not left out of the loop, nor roped into doing anything he would disagree with on principle without being informed of the fact. After an investigation that was run by primarily Captain Braggett Glove Pend, following the misinformation and slander of several Tiger Squadron officers, the culprit, or suspect, as is more appropriately determined at this time, is one Miao of New London. She appears to be potentially linked to various other criminal activities happening or that have happened in or around the area of Deep Space Arcania. And this, well, largely increases her profile, her threat profile. We would normally just go straight in and detain Miss Miao, but she has several high-ranking connections within the Admiralty of Earth Space Dock and Starfleet headquarters. This brings us in. We are needed as a Starfleet team to acquire concrete evidence before any accusations are leveled. With her connections and leg room, there is more than enough room once accusations have been leveled that she would be able to liquidate assets and evidence against her. Any questions so far?
This is primarily an intelligence gathering operation.
Correct. Once we
Understood.
have enough evidence in regards to suspected activities, then we will be proceeding with an arrest.
Do we have enough information on her security systems?
We are aware of several various aspects of her security system, and that is actually in this next section here. I can move on to that now.
Does she have access to a starship or friends of the starship? If we go after her, might she rabbit out of the system?
She is heavily corporately involved, and she has connections within Starfleet's Admiralty, so I would assume she could quite easily acquire transport. That's
That
why this will
complicates
need to be
things.
quiet. It's,
Yep.
it's only complicated if we get caught. So, as we are generally aware, and actually Captain Hagen here serves as a good example, the pursuit of wealth itself is not a driving force within the Federation. However, acquiring wealth that is valuable to other cultures and civilizations, that still has some pull. It just enables people within the Federation to do business with those outside of it. Hence you and your Latinum, the Syndicate.
Hey, don't knock it until you try it.
She is administration and trade. She is here to establish, her purpose was to establish corporate charters for the civil commercial interactions between the United Federation planets and non-Federation civilizations. These charters are the such that would fall under the dual jurisdiction of the Federation.
I mean, it is federal if you want to be technical about it.
Yes, it is federal, but correct wording.
Yes.
Bureau of Industrialization for all internal matters, and the Federal Bureau of Planetary Treaties for external matters. Again, the only reason we're here is because of the direct threat and link to Starfleet resources and personnel. Otherwise, this would be a matter for civilian authorities. Which is one more reason to be particularly careful. If we don't acquire the evidence, then we are on very, very thin ice.
Understood, Lieutenant.
Now, the charges as of now: suspected of conspiracy to commit murder, slander, sabotage of Federation civil efforts, bribery of Starfleet officials, industrial maleficence, misappropriation of Federation civil and Starfleet assets. She currently is a corporate officer within the Wise Radiomantics Corporation. WiseRad for short. She is, as an individual, red hair, opalescent eyes, typically wears a black suit, and the opalescent eyes are because they are optical implants. And
So she'll literally see us coming.
Hopefully not. Optical implants do not generally allow you to read one's mind, unless there's been some amazing leaps in technology that I'm not aware of.
No,
Do we
but
have
they can allow
a
you to see
technical
through
readout
walls.
on the implants?
We do not.
Very well.
but that
do
would be
not
something that
yet.
is ideally within our reason, or potentially within our ability to locate. They have been implemented or installed. Is installed the right word?
Yeah, I'm trying to say that.
They are
That's the right
installed
word.
into a Federation citizen, so that would medical
Integrated or
records.
implanted might also be a suitable terminology.
That starts to cross into the whole medical privacy, etc., etc. So, again, more dancing around, but we're very used to dancing around and being careful. We have several known complications in the region, however. Miao herself is suffering a particularly rare illness. I don't know if it will mean anything to anyone here, as none of us are medical professionals. Celsus cerebralis? Cerebrum stones. Funnily enough, a side effect of cybernetic implants into her head. If not treated, she is liable to die within 2 to 4 years. More of a complication that if any injury does occur to her, well, that makes it certainly harder to treat.
I see. So
Hopefully
if we're
not a
operating
complication,
anywhere
but-
near her, we should make sure to bring Samora with us.
And be specifically kitted out for any neural problems, yes.
Grant takes down some notes throughout this, but makes a special note there.
And one interesting detail, which may or may not be a complication depending on her views of the Federation, given the charges against her, we doubt they're positive, her parents are missing. However, she has not requested any Starfleet or planetary security assistance. So far as it's believed, she is going through corporate methods and private methods to investigate it. One does not normally do that unless they mistrust the authorities of both.
I might be able to have a look into that.
If you can track down any leads, then that could potentially be interesting. While not our main goal, it still is something to chase down. And you were mentioning her security. She does, as befits her rank within the corporation, she has her own private security detail. And that is in addition to corporate security.
That's referring to more of technology.
Assume at minimum Federation standard, but higher would not be surprising.
Understood.
These are questions that I would love to answer, but part of us being here is to answer them. As fun as that always is. And something that will definitely make our lives harder. One of the employees of this corporation was recently found dead in the headquarters on New London, as in where Miao is. And this death is being investigated by the local planetary security, alongside corporate security, of course. So there is a certain sense of heightened awareness regarding suspicious activity.
Is that something you want us to look into as well?
No, these are more things that are to be aware of that may make our lives more difficult. While the death of that employee is unknown at the moment, and it's a death. Those are always tragic. It is not our goal at the moment. We are not an Starfleet intelligence service here to investigate this one man's death. Although it may in some way be related. We do not yet know. Given there's a suspicion of corruption, making people be quiet is potentially.
With the scope of our investigation, are we fully authorized to collect any other evidence of criminal dealings that are not within the purview of our specific investigation?
If they are related to individuals pertinent to the investigation, then yes. That can be reasonably justified. But if we start digging up evidence against people with no ties to the case whatsoever, then yes, it's a good job that we found evidence of crimes, but the Federation Council will be very unhappy that a Starfleet intelligence team was just digging around in civilian affairs. We are not Section 31.
No.
Who?
We'll just leave it at who, in your case.
Okay. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that, like a lot of things that happens on my ship nowadays.
But that is why we do keep working with you. The final 2 points. Journalists have been all over the area at the White Rise HQ. For what reason, I cannot specifically point out. Oh wait, never mind, I can. A hollow documentary series, Federation of Corporate Worlds, a view into the private federation, blah, 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 blah. Journalists doing journalism. Which, if they're any good at their jobs, they might have found something. So looking into what they've done might be an important insight, but is also journalists keeping an eye on things. And we're not the kind of people that want to be caught on camera. Caleb, I believe you are particularly adept at, if we do appear on camera, making it so that we do not appear for long.
Yes, that is something I could do.
And the final thing, she'll just hand a pad to Krant. She's not saying the final thing out loud, she's just handing the thing to Krant. Which I'll just copy paste to you. Because I just did a lot of talking. I had a lot to read.
I see.
Mm-hmm. Again, these are potential complications, but at the same time, as many of them are complications, they are also potentially things to exploit. Why is the turn order open, by the way? Or is that just me?
That's for my tracking for
Okay.
something. I'll explain it in a moment once you're done your briefing.
So, with what has been said, anyone have questions or a suggestion on exactly where to get started?
I do have a question of operation.
Yes.
I could either do the devices to shield us from recordings, or I could make a device better at gaining access to information? Which would you prefer?
I think access to information would be preferable. When it comes to hiding our presence, I believe it would not be unheard of to write a code that'll essentially go through the digital records and edit us out, so to speak.
Understood. I'll focus my specific tools for information gathering.
Thank you, Caleb. So, to work then? Be somewhat, well, we've already messed with one corporate fellow, though that was a Ferengi. We just had to get into his office.
Will you
I see.
want to be running these two operations in tandem? Or shall we set up our digital smoke screen beforehand?
We should set up beforehand. We've got the time. I'm assuming this is like before. Are we a little bit back in time here, GM?
You're a little bit back in time.
Yeah.
Yeah. The presumption of this data that you've gathered is partially Starfleet intelligence resources, and partially it's been the observation that the Yandy's been able to do at a passive level. So some of the stuff you just chatter you heard about, like the news thing, that's something the Yandy would have learned just by paying attention to the news.
Yeah. So, yeah. We have set up time. As long as we don't take 2 years and she dies of whatever this disease is, then we're fine. Though 2 years is preferably not how long this will take.
Actually, to that point, because I'll explain the turn order thing. So basically, I am tracking how many tasks you're doing and how long you're taking to do this operation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's somewhat nebulous how much time you have. But suffice to say that after a certain point, I will hit the end thing. That does not mean the mission is over. It just means that certain events have progressed and that something has happened behind the scenes at certain points during your time. So basically, everyone's going to get one run through as almost like a round of doing tasks. And then that advances the ticker. If you roll complication, then that ticker may go a little quicker because you just waste time. You could also possibly spend to go faster, so you can get more actions done, similar to an extended task. So we're kind of doing a modified version of an extended task in the form of this investigation.
Okay.
But if you run out of time, it doesn't mean that the mission's over. It just means that you need to something's happened, and you need to resolve the situation sooner rather than later. How long that is, you don't know. You just know that time is. You know that you don't have infinite time, so that'd be obvious to all of you. That's something you characters would know, and I figured I'd let you know what that was about. So if you don't see anything, that's because the numbers are hidden. You really should only see the end marker. So if that's not highlighted, then it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, we see that. We only see the end marker.
So be careful with your actions is all I can say.
Yep. But setting up the cyber smokescreen will essentially buy us a lot of freedom, or at least some freedom, to move faster. It's essentially trading time now for time later, if that makes sense. Is the intent, I believe.
I'll see what I can do.
So we're stepping out of the briefing phase of the operation?
Yes.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like Caleb's acting first.
Setting up the cyber smokescreen.
So cyber smokescreen, are you thinking like a device, or are you trying to infiltrate security systems?
Well, I'm going to be focusing my device on the retrieval of information, my experimental device. So this would be more of a general accessing, like security cameras, just doing it digitally.
You know for free that you will need access to a console of the security system that you're targeting, because you don't want to remotely access something, because that attracts attention. Those are watched very heavily, especially on a Federation world like this.
Mhm.
Because New London is deep in Federation territory, so
Okay.
Starfleet security is, and even planetary security is, like they have like multiple levels of law enforcement, so they're actually pretty robust.
Is it possible to get remote access to one of those things? Like if we had someone get in, put a device in, or open a link to something externally. Is that
If you can
possible?
get a subspace transceiver, then yeah, you could have a direct one-to-one
Okay.
click to that particular
So-
frequency and then access that way.
Instead of Killip going first, what if we put Pava first, and she can either deception her way in or infiltration her way in? Like it's a corporation, so she could reasonably deceive her way into a temporary employment to get access to the appropriate thing to plant a transceiver. Does that make sense?
Yeah, are you thinking of just going in cold in a disguise, or are you going to establish a cover identity?
Cover identity, something with qualifications, preferably. Something that is like, oh shit, we should hire this person.
So that is
That makes sense to you, right, Pen? To get you easier access.
Yeah, so my initial idea was to turn the experimental device as the hacking tool, like plugged into their system.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those I could give you that, and that would be basically our backdoor in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
Yes, so was it the experimental device adaptive multi-tool?
Yeah.
So you're looking at a control plus security or command, difficulty minimum 2, but you can increase the difficulty. You just have to call it out that you're going higher.
Mhm.
That changes how hard it is to see through the cover. The computers and security and command of the ship would assist you with this. I mean, it's not a Starfleet vessel, but it's still a modern age computer, so it can help you with some of the calculations.
So
I just-
it might help you with the roll, but
Mhm.
when using the experimental device, which I'd basically be handing you now to take in, to use it, you increase the comp of the task by 2, but it gives you an advantage.
I think this is for establishing the cover, so it wouldn't use the
Okay.
So
And also, I'll probably add complication here depending on what your cover is. Are you going like just a technician, a corporate officer? Like how important do you want to seem to these people? How much access do you want to possibly have?
I mean, full access would be completely impossible. I'm now the boss.
Yeah.
Maybe
The
access
board
to
might not know you from the last retreat. Like, I don't recognize your face. Who are you
Yeah.
again?
maybe the servers.
Yeah, someone who you would want as like a fairly high, you can skip a few levels of technician stuff. Yeah.
There you would know for free because of the briefing that they would have 3 tiers of technical security: low level, mid level, and executive level
Mm-hmm.
technicians, because they would isolate those systems a little bit to prevent internal hacking from occurring. Never
Mhm.
mind you guys trying to sneak in.
I'm guessing executive would be particularly difficult to pull off.
It would put the comp up. It would increase diff by 1, and the comp goes straight to 5.
So make it so you're telling me it could potentially be a diff 6.
Don't you feel
Depends how
confident?
bulletproof you want it to be, because you guys have the benefit. This normally wouldn't be possible, but your Starfleet intelligence, you have access to a lot of stuff the average citizen doesn't have.
I'm tempted to, because it is a, what is the role? Control. And I've got former initiate. Which means if it's a task using control or reason, and I spend determination to buy a d20, I may re-roll the dice pool. So I essentially get a second determination spend off the one determination spend.
Awesome.
So I could, it just means I'm using my determination now.
I mean, there's no harm. Like I said, this is a...
Yeah.
If this can get us access, it's a big role to go for.
Yeah, deception, cryptography, infiltration. Focuses.
Infiltration.
Cryptography is more like showing off I do have skills. Look at that, I'm not just making it up.
Yeah. What level of access are you shooting for?
Executive, go big or go home, right?
100%.
How difficult are you? It's out of the gate. +1 diff comp goes to 5.
Mm-hmm.
So base of 3 for a difficulty 2 cover.
Do you want to go diff 4 and call it diff 5 in total?
See, this is entirely up to you. If this was me doing the role,
You'd do diff 5, diff 6.
I would 100% go full balls to the wall. But again, that's me as a player.
It's tempting, but it's also not Varder.
Well, that's what I mean. So it's whatever you feel comfortable with, bud.
Actually, they do have milestones apparently.
Yeah, because they usually act as their own unit.
Okay, sure, fine. Yep. Value
Yeehaw.
of yeehaw. I mean, the value of what others don't know won't hurt me.
I would take that, yeah. So diff 5 target.
Yeah.
Difficulty 6, comp 5.
And then yes, invoking former initiate as the talent.
Okay.
Because it is a control roll. Control security. Then 5 threat for dice.
So what's your former initiative do again?
When attempting a task using control or reason, you spend determination to buy a bonus d20 for that task. You may re-roll your dice pool.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Being
someone who tries to get into the initiative program and whiffs, that they're still incredibly intelligent. That program's super tough.
Okay, that is
5.
5.
Plus the ship.
And she's got 2 rerolls because that's bold security. And the former initiate, so 6.
Does Hagen-Dazs wish to roll his ship?
Yes. As soon as I get the sheet up.
And I doubt the trait of undercover would have come in here at all. Because it's
Not
over.
yet,
It's
no.
like, yeah, it's like,
This is you establishing what cover you're under.
well, she's already undercover to start with. This is going even
True.
further undercover.
It's like a Jamiroquai song. We're going deeper underground.
Yeah, I mean, if they exist for previous identity, that also doesn't actually exist.
Hey.
We came
Oh
to.
my god.
All right. I guess.
Freaking civilian ship, and you just get to hack.
Don't worry, we were pulling how many fucking crit successes off of a shuttle not too long ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so executive tech security, let's go.
So while Lieutenant Pava is doing that, what is everyone else doing?
Could Caleb prepare an advantage for once he has access to the system remotely? Because I imagine accessing it remotely would be more difficult.
More than likely.
Like if he's getting a setup or a location prepared where he can sit there and
Well, it's not just that. If it's a case of after you've made your cover and you've seen certain aspects of the inside of the building,
yeah.
you can say, "Oh, you're probably talking along this level of security with these pieces of hardware."
So
Mhm.
like, and I'm also thinking instead of you just having to stand out in a field with a fucking pad, like we get an apartment or something and set up equipment in there that you can just that is being fed to,
Yeah, that makes
and then
sense.
probably the equivalent of VPNs of the signals being bounced a bunch of places. So even if someone does find it, tracking it to you immediately is difficult.
We did this on the station, remember? Caleb
Yeah.
was just sat in a cafe doing everything.
Yeah, this time you're going to get a more professional setup. You're going to be Mr. Hackerman in an apartment across from the office, okay? Is that something that can be done, GM? Or makes sense to attempt?
What are you attempting to do, just to make sure I have the right test? You want
my
to you want
thought-
Killip to set up shop on the planet?
Yeah, essentially have a stable location on the planet for maintaining this connection. Like a dedicated, this is what it's here for. He can, you know,
Okay, so you need to find a place to operate from that would be of help to you, but also discreet enough it doesn't attract attention. That sounds like a reason plus security. Roll difficulty base of 2, assisted by computers plus security because you're looking stuff up.
Caleb's like, nah, I'm going to the cafe anyway.
Pretty much.
You're not getting would be diff 1, but you're finding somewhere difficult to diff 2. And you want it in the same settlement as the headquarters. You're not going to like the other, like the ass end of the planet, I presume, or some random hotel on a ocean island somewhere else on New London.
No, I think we probably want it somewhere close enough where the connection, when we establish it, is strong enough where it doesn't create any issues for Caleb.
Yeah. I have no reason to increase comp or difficulty, so yeah. So you can do this from the safety of the Yandy, because you're basically just looking up the directory of places you can rent out and sorting through who's useful and who's not. Like,
So,
oh, hey, this is great. Oh, it's covered by their security. That seems like a bad idea.
So,
Or alternatively, the best idea.
Yeah.
So I've got one joke question to try and lower the difficulty, and one possible talent use. Can I use the trait of big boy pants?
Not in this case, no.
He's finding a place to live, though.
Well, he's renting, really.
Hey, renting's the
No.
first step in home ownership.
That was just a jab at you. Sorry about that.
We're adults, man. Yeah. So
Yeah,
the
speak for
talent
yourself.
of cultural flexibility. So your people are
Oh,
friendly,
yeah.
patient, and inquisitive. You are you exemplify these traits. You are at ease when meeting new cultures and adapting to unfamiliar social structures easily. When you attempt to test to learn about an unfamiliar culture or to act in an appropriate manner when interacting with members of a culture, you reduce
Of such a culture.
Or-
I would not take this. This is a Federation world. It's a culture you've lived and breathed in.
It's nearly perfect.
And it's not. And you're going for like normal. I'm getting a hotel. Like that's normal for Federation citizens. If you're trying to be flexible within a corporate structure, that is an unusual subculture of Federation life because that's not something most Federation people run into. But you're just you're just looking up a place to rent a hotel room.
It's worth a go. I don't have a reroll, so I'll spend 1 momentum. Focus of either infiltration, composure, or improvisation.
Infiltration or infiltration. I would take that. Yep.
Okay, fingers.
I almost said improv, but that is you're not improving.
And Hagen-Dazs for the ship.
Computer security. There's an attempt.
You're able to find a reasonable location that is outskirting the city near the primary city that the headquarters is based out of, but not so far away that you're losing connection. But it gives you a chance of LOS connection with most areas in the city, a decent vantage point that you can rent with that won't draw much attention. It's a popular tourist spot.
Is it possible to spend 2 to create an advantage of multiple VPN like around the city? So it's just a case of if someone does try to backtrack, it just takes them a ridiculous amount of time.
You could spend 2 momentum to establish that advantage, yeah.
Because I very much doubt that as soon as someone starts entering their system, they're going to go, sure, it'd be grand.
As Caleb is booking a room and figuring out which VPN services are on the cheap and won't ask too many questions, what are Hagen and Krent up to?
I'm not entirely sure or what Hagen can do at the moment. It seems like she's pretty well placed on the planet, so there's no flight paths or stuff I can get into.
You could spend some time giving it a think of insight plus command difficulty 2 and actually command or con, I should say, to puzzle out what you could do. What is the angle you could come at this as a civilian?
Yeah, I'll take that.
You're kind of here in the. We've informed you. Do with that information what you will, because I'm pretty sure officially asking for civilians' help is something we're not supposed to do.
Only in a existential crisis situation or an emergency, like a house is on fire. You could tell him, "You're Starfleet now. Beam them."
Yeah. So.
But
This
you're
doesn't
generally not
count.
supposed to put civilians in harm's way if you can
Yep.
help it. You're supposed to protect
Focus
them.
in improvising,
Yep.
because I don't know what I'm doing here, but let's see if I can figure out something. Take a threat for a third dice.
Sure.
Oh goodness, this is good.
Don't forget your ship.
Ship doesn't help. This is just him off the top of his head,
Oh, okay.
thinking it out. Captain Hagen, you think about this, and you think, well, if you're like, okay, forget about this being a security matter, or you're trying to be the planetary or starfleet security. What if you wanted to meet this person? You wanted to do a deal with them. Pretty high ranked. You are a mover and a shaker as a freighter captain. but you normally don't get to talk to directors. That's a bit, there's usually like a procurement officer or appropriations officer that you would talk to. Like, you wouldn't get to talk to directors unless it's a huge deal and they personally wanted to talk to you. So you either need...
Wait, are you part of the Orion Syndicate?
He is let's read his sheet again. I think he said he's connected with them.
I'm
He
connected
is-
with them. I'm not an official member.
He's not a member. He's under their employ.
So there are two ways you can go at this. The official way is trying to find the appropriate trade officials, and just basically start calling people and trying to sell them on the idea that you have something. Or now the problem with that is you kind of need to know what she cares about or what she's trading in. So because you need to position yourself in such a way that you are the freighter captain she wants to talk to. You're her best bet for whatever it is she
Okay.
wants. The secondary option is, someone was already digging at it, a syndicate option. There are, on any big world like this, especially in the Federation, especially an old world like New London, and I mean old as in a couple centuries, like it's, the Federation's been around for a little bit. The Orion Syndicate would have a presence.
established. Yeah.
The Orion Syndicate would have they wouldn't have like a full-on gang here, because that's what gets Starfleet security beaming into rooms and arresting people.
There would be an associate that if I wanted to, I could get into the underground and get in contact with them, and they might have threads they can pull to get me close to this woman.
Yeah, there might be an underground, especially if she's corrupt, then she might have connections. If not directly dealing with them, she would need to know a fixer in the underground to talk to. Which means in a big corporation like this much Latinum moving around, there's got to be somebody here. And this isn't the only corporation in town. They're just the corporation you guys are bugging right now. So that is what crosses your mind. Do you wish to obtain further information with momentum spends or threat spends based on the line of questioning you just raised?
Imports and exports, or she might be interested in moving.
For one momentum, I will answer. Where's your sheet, lady? There you are. The sort of business she would be interested in would be anything to do with computers, exogeology, and cybernetics, as well as ancient technologies. As the director of the Rimward Acquisitions Division, her job primarily, at least on paper, as it were, is that she's supposed to be acquiring things from the Rim colonies to enrich the corporation, or trade deals that would enrich the corporation. But those are her. Now that could be anything. That could be, vegetables, fine artwork, whatever. Like, it's the acquisitions department. That's their job. But her particular specialties are in computers, exogeology, cybernetics, and ancient technology. She also has interest in financial data, but that's not your field of expertise. You'd need a Ferengi to know more about that, or be tapped into financial trade on the Rim. Like, that's not really a thing your character's plugged into, I believe, but the rest of it you might have
Not
some
really.
in on. Any other questions
Okay.
you wish to ask?
Maybe just a clarification on what the field of exogeology is. So geology of other planets, finding mining sites, that sort of thing.
Yep, it's specifically other than my world, exo, or away. So
Okay.
other worlds.
Okay, so I'm thinking there's two different paths I could follow here. I could go official and say, hey, I have some like really cool exclusive geological sites I found in my travels, and I'm willing to sell the data for you for a certain price. Or I could go underground with Syndicate connections. If you're dealing with cybernetics, there's always the option of illegal cybernetics. The really cool stuff that isn't sold in reputable markets that she might want to move. So, what does the rest of the crew think?
Dealer's choice.
Do you want me to go above table or under the table?
We cannot publicly endorse the committing of criminal acts.
Yeah.
Publicly.
I chose my words.
So, yeah, I think it still falls under dealer's choice, bud.
Oh,
Any
boy.
follow-up questions?
Hagen is a big boy. He can make his choices.
And be
I-
held accountable for them in a court of law.
Exactly.
Just so we're all on the same page.
As far as the Orion
Well-
stuff goes, he is registered as an asset against the Orion Syndicate, so...
Well, I also wanted to ask you guys if we are more leaning into getting at her or under the table, or if we want an above table meeting, if that would make things more interesting or less interesting for you guys.
The aspect of having you go under the table seems like trying to set her up for a crime.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to catch her for pre-existing crimes, not new ones.
Yeah.
We don't want to look like we're just trying to frame her.
Yes,
Good
entrapment.
Oh yeah, that is a thing that is generally frowned upon, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Generally.
All right.
Yeah.
In that case, let's go slightly more above table.
Slightly.
And just slightly.
Just hovering above the table, levitating the forks.
to momentum to create the advantage that, hey, I actually do have some scans and some pretty interesting exogeological data that would make some great mining sites should someone wish to invest in them.
For 2 momentum, yeah, you can create that advantage that you already have that just sitting in your computer. You just didn't have a person to trade it with until just now.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Exogeny. Oh, Jenny. God, wrong game.
Mass Effect.
Logical data.
Exogeny, fuck, they've got the tech to jump universes now.
And we look to Krant to see what he is up to as Hagen thinks and then starts tapping away at his computer meaningfully.
Speaking of Mass Effect, Krant.
Shepard.
Krant's still mad about the whole
The whole what? I'm curious now.
Yeah.
He trailed off.
you know.
Lost his
Oh,
train of
okay.
thought. He was just feeling upset about.
He's just feeling upset in general.
I'm going to try to set up some advantages for like well briefed for the team, maybe.
Well briefed in what aspect?
As many as possible, probably. Specifically, like the mission, our specific latitudes that we're allowed, and what is off the book, off the table stuff.
Like a rules of engagement.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
kind of have that already through the directives.
All right.
At Romy's, with Romy's permission, I will give you access to the briefing file.
Yeah.
So if you wish to narrow that down a little bit for yourself.
He is the second in command of the intelligence unit, so yeah.
One moment. Typing is hard. There. Access to
Great.
this.
So what's
And
so much of
Krant's focus as a character?
Command.
Would it be something for him to do of maybe creating some psychological profiles of key people?
Oh, potentially.
To try and outplan the enemy. That is a very Zach Dorn thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just underneath Romy's name, you should see 2 new files. You should be able to see 2 new files.
Well, I can't, but I'm a civilian.
Yeah, exactly.
They might get in trouble if they reveal too much information to you. They have to be very careful what they say and do around you. But they need to inform you to a degree because you're also the ship captain, so they need your help anyway.
Hence why there was the one thing that I was like, I'm just going to hand him a pad for this
Yeah.
one.
You know I would have come after you for that.
I think you were waiting for it too.
Yep.
Yep, I'm the getaway driver.
Well, also you're a civilian contact. Like a freighter captain is a rather influential civilian. Like you have a lot more weight than a random crewman.
Yeah.
Which is why we're undercover traditionally as a random crewman on your ship. Doesn't draw attention.
Yeah. Because you're also their public. You're their cover operation. You're the face of their cover, and you're cooperating with them. So it's like, well, yeah, of course you're on my ship.
There's multiple levels.
Exactly.
He's our cover, we're his protection, because if the Syndicate ever makes him, then he does have people who can protect him on the ship.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to
not
have
leaving you
further
out
directed at Krant, if there's a specific
Yeah.
part of that brief you wish to have more intelligence about, you can look into that. Actually, I'll put the directives in the Discord so we don't lose them because they are starting to scroll up a bit.
Yeah.
And that's not helping you.
Sounds good. Hello, Brennan. So I think one thing I want to do is familiarize both myself and the other members of the mission a little bit further with the operations of the company.
And let's pin that. Okay, stand by. While I'm thinking of that, would someone do a quick rundown for Grennan since he'll be controlling one of the other operatives?
We are basically underway with our mission to gain information on Miao. We are doing it in the format of an extended task. So we do something in the background happens, we deal with it, something happens, so on and so forth. So far we've got some a cover story for Parvamaid. Caleb's rented a hotel room. Krant's currently setting his thing up now. Hagendas has got some things to sell to Miao, and depending on who you pick, you can do something yourself.
Yep, just gotta rejoin.
As a player.
See, Arthur called it.
Hey, look! I got into the game, and the first thing I did was rejoined as a player. Get off.
And the directives of the mission are in the chat.
Yeah,
those
I
are
just
things.
saw them. Okay, so who is called for?
Everyone who's is lined up on the right is available.
So
All these people.
Give me a second.
We probably don't have use for an explosive expert in this mission, but maybe we do.
Not that we know of yet.
Exactly.
We don't need explosives yet.
Same with heavy weapons specialists. Sheena. Maybe Sheena or Mora. Who's Samora?
Mora's the new doctor.
Because you killed the last one.
Oh yeah.
You killed the last one. Excuse me.
It certainly wasn't Ben's fault.
Yeah. I'd assume Sheena is probably what you guys want.
One thing is that the target does have a medical condition.
Oh.
So while Sheena would be useful, scouting around down there, we might want the doctor or medical professional on hand.
Yeah, because you guys can probably, together can probably do more or less what Sheena can do.
I mean, everyone's has their talent for sure, but with the specific like complications of this mission, having
Mhm. A
uh
medical person. Yeah, sure. I'll take some more
look
then.
things over. Yeah.
Krant, you have a test pending.
Oh, I do. Sorry, I had stepped away. Test pending. All right, reason command. Or science to 2. Cool. Reason command. Either espionage or strategy and tactics here.
Strategy and tactics.
Right.
All right. And checking, refamiliarizing myself with anything else I might have that assists here. Honestly, if I'm using my strategy and tactics focus here, can I also use the trait of Zakdorn?
One moment. I have to look it up.
Yep.
Because that's one of those things that very well might.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have got into the habit of trying to use traits,
Yeah.
but with racial ones, it's one of those, do they fit?
They can.
Short of stature than most humanoids, have distinctive wrinkles, blah blah blah. Fatty layer enables to survive without food for much longer periods than normal. Their analytical brains give them an edge in logic and reasoning that rivals even Vulcans. I will take that trait.
Right.
Difference is STA with species traits are spell out what it should apply to.
Yeah.
Like Cation has claws. It's like, I see.
And can eat raw meat. It's like, oh, we're out in the wild. The Cation doesn't have to worry about it. Their trait means they can just go, nom, I'm fine.
When
In fact, I
Brett
prefer
tried to get
this.
us to roll for that, we're like, wait, no, we're fine.
I'm gonna spend one momentum here for a third dive, just to be on the safe side. There we go. Got it back, and then 1.
Well, using your trait, that gave you a free hit, so...
Right, so...
we gained 3.
Gain 3.
Plus,
Just here generating momentum.
Plus the ship.
Pagan. The ship is yours.
Hagen, my good sir.
Ja, hallo, guten Morgen, Hagen.
Yeah.
Oh
no, we have chased him away.
Oh no.
What the fuck?
The final straw was the German accents.
First of all, I thought it was pronounced Hagen.
Hagen.
I don't even know
my
where the
God.
German came from, but it did. That's
Kinda
what the poet
showed
said,
up.
1939.
This has come from the Monday game, let's be honest. And now we're just taking it out on Hagen Dazs.
Oh no.
This game has gone to ship, y'all.
So Hagen, if you would perform a computers, or anybody, honestly, computers plus command test for the Yandy, please.
Do we even have access to the Yandy? Oh, I do. Never mind.
I think I might.
Someone's cat could do it. I don't care. It's a very able cat.
I don't have the Yandy.
Yeah, neither do I,
Science.
so it's up to you.
Science.
Science.
There we go.
We're with the science team.
Hey, Bill Nye was right.
You were looking into their standard procedures in the company?
Yeah.
So there are, as was said before, there are 3 levels or 3 tiers of security and confidentiality. Well, 4 technically, but the 4th one is the board level, and that's like no more than like 5 or so people.
We can't infiltrate that.
No, they all know each other's names. It's not worth diving into. At that point, you're going beyond the scope of your warrant anyway, because you're not after them yet. There's the street level security, that deals with the general public, customer service, that sort of thing. Mid-tier security, and then executive security. Mid-tier security is more a buffer for executive. Mid-tier keeps people from going up and attacking management or kidnapping or sabotage. They're also the backup for the first tier security. So if it gets first tier security at most has a type 1 phaser, if at all. You usually just have
Right.
communicators. They call for help. That's their job. Call it in, report it. Don't worry about it. You're doing this for like a handful of Federation credits because you feel like it. You may get a couple slips of Latinum if you put in extra hours. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? The guys with actual phasers are upstairs and they have armor. And it's like, no, we don't call them unless it's absolutely needed. At executive level, that's when you're running into low-level phaser strips. Not enough to. Mostly legally, they're only allowed to stun people and are only allowed to go up to vaporized setting if dealing with an inorganic target, like a robot or automata or something like that, or just alien attack.
Well, that's racist.
Active war. Well, stun setting doesn't do much against they just kind of shrug it off. But that's where shielding would be, like force fields, biometric scanners. So a lot more automated backup, whereas mid-tier is just more heavily armed guards. In the executive tier, you're running into like think like a Starfleet security setup. Like it's a secured section. Generally speaking, there are various directors that would apply to different divisions within the corporation. There would be a security officer or corporate security officer of Wiserad, who is the chief of security, at the very least for HQ. There would be a director of security operations for all corporate assets, but that's kind of, you're not attacking some distant lab. You're focusing on a building and an individual. So you only really care about the security officer for this building. Generally, day-to-day operations are not, especially in the building, are not handled by the directors. It's handled by the area manager. Their job is to do all the quick decisions. They're the XO for all intents and purposes. If you need a director or the board to get involved, something's gone terribly wrong, and and frankly, if they're under attack in some fashion, that's when they will probably call for Starfleet security or planetary security. That's when they think they're in great danger. But for anything beyond like planetary invasion or terror attack or something like that, they handle it in-house. It looks better on the news. It doesn't scare investors as much, that sort of thing. And frankly, they don't want to waste Starfleet time or planetary security's time with, a fire drill. Like, that's not worth calling them about.
Yeah.
Generally.
Except for that one time.
Generally speaking, high-ranking officials like Miao would have a sort of cabin that they could stay in at headquarters if they're taking in long hours, which is usually in the executive levels, especially for a director. But she most likely has a residence somewhere in the city, probably not too far away, because she doesn't want to bother with shuttle service or waiting in a transporter line. She just wants to walk over to work. Is there anything more specific than that along this line of questioning you wish to spend momentum to learn?
I don't think so. I think that's good to have.
Where's her
Does she have a
house?
deadly shellfish allergy? No.
Yeah, we could locate a residence, perhaps, if that's within our warrant.
For a momentum, I'll answer.
Go ahead.
She has a house, some distance from the city, actually, a small manor house that also has its own subspace transceiver. So she doesn't have to go all the way into town to do long distance calls if she needs to. She could just do it straight from her house.
She can zoom into work.
Yeah.
All right. I feel like that's probably a good amount of information.
Yeah.
And Samora, as everyone else is working away, looking at different avenues and preparing for infiltration, what is Samora up to? This question I direct at the player formerly known as Grennan.
Yeah. Repeat the question.
The question is, what is Samora doing at this time while everyone else is preparing and investigating and reading stuff up on their computers?
I don't quite know what needs to be done, so
For Samora, you might want to re-up on the particular disease that she has.
okay. Yes.
Might be good prep
which
work.
is Calcius cerebellus or cerebrum stones.
Reason plus medicine,
Medicine.
difficulty 3,
Mannequin?
assisted by a computer's medicine. As you begin looking up this rare disease.
Remember, a loon full of sugar helps the medican go down.
Oh, look at that. Grennan got caught by the tar monster. I don't know how, but he did.
I know how. I pushed him.
Really shocking.
Oh, here's a question. When
42.
attempting a task that will involve an unfamiliar medical procedure, which is to treat an unfamiliar species, ignore any difficulty increase. Does that count towards this?
One moment. Let me give it a thought.
Or which is to treat an unfamiliar species. The
Let's
or is
assume it.
there, and the or is important.
Yeah, or yeah.
Because if it was both, then you just.
Then definitely not.
Yeah, but you missed saying or.
You are not currently attempting this procedure yet. You are simply you're
Okay.
researching the disease in itself. You don't even know if it's treatable.
Okay. Duly noted. Still, that might come in handy.
Something to keep in mind, though. Yeah.
Research
Any
levels.
treatment that would be available would fall under unfamiliar treatment disease.
Yes. Okay. I'm down for that. I'm thinking 3 momentum. Because I don't have anything that gives me any kind of rerolls.
Yeah.
And my reason isn't my best score, which is odd because I'm a Vulcan. But okay.
A field medic.
Yeah.
That's why.
I mean, you say it's not the best. It's a 9.
Yeah.
1 above average. 2 above average. Sorry.
Yeah, your presence is a 7.
Yeah. It's not as good. It's not as good as my fitness, which is an 11.
Yeah.
Look, she's trained in martial arts.
Field
Computer's
medic.
medicine for the vessel. For the nuclear vessel.
Right.
Stop.
Computer's medicine. Hmm.
I love the fact that apparently he just like went up to a cop on this, like that was just a guy that he
Oh, yeah.
approached.
So to as Samora looks into the information regarding this strange illness, calculus cerebralis or cerebrum stones is a severe side effect of cybernetic implants placed within the head of a patient. Without suitable treatment, patients generally have a expected life of 2 to 4 years upon discovery. Your further research indicates that this is something that occurs when a person has a implant done through non-federation medicine, because the Federation medical societies have very specific laws and regulations regarding what implants they put in, to what degree, at what speed. Like you can choose whatever you want, but it's one of those things like, we can't put in an ocular implant inside of 24 hours. We need time. Like we can't just rush this sort of thing.
this is something that happens when you rush it.
It's something that happens when you rush it or you use dangerous, unapproved technology to be implanted. That's generally what happens in these cases. In intensely rare cases, Federation medical tech can do this to you just by sheer bad luck. But that is vanishingly rare. Like, it almost never happens.
Okay.
Usually, it's the other case. Either you went to a doctor who violated who didn't follow regulations that Federation uses, or they used tech that was not safe for human use.
2 questions. First will likely not require any momentum. Could you just type that out in the chat for me so I can?
That will cost you 10 momentum. 1 moment.
I'll pay that for my personal pool. I've got some on my desk.
Calculus cerebralis.
Yep.
Okay. So here's my actual question. Which one was it in her case?
Without seeing the patient for yourself, you're not sure. The only implant on file is an ocular implant.
Okay.
Or implants, I should say, because both her eyes have been replaced. Due to an attempted assassination attempt that which involved plasma fire burning away her eyes, requiring ocular implants to replace them.
Okay. My best bet is probably that it was rushed. My bet is that it was probably a rush job.
Do you have any follow-up questions you wish to spend momentum at this time?
Well, I presume that researching any treatments, experimental or otherwise, is a full task.
You could spend a momentum. It's obtaining information.
Okay, in that case, I generated one. I will ask.
There is, in fact, a rather dangerous and delicate brain surgery one can conduct to remove the stones, which would be followed up by a cybernetic touch-up of the implant to ensure it does not continue to release stones into the cerebrum. Because that's the problem. It's little bits of the implant breaking away. Even though it's very minute amounts, with enough time, it gathers up and you have a bunch of metal in your brain. That is not good for you.
Yeah, that sounds bad for your health.
It is super fatal. So yeah, it involves.
Not to mention annoying at airports.
So it involves opening up the head, taking out the stones that are in there, which can be super small, and then fixing the implant itself.
So this must be a relatively recent procedure.
She was, according to the file. Where's her file?
Oh no! I mean I'm talking about the development of this procedure. It must be relatively recent.
No, it's known. It's known for as long as implants are a thing. This cerebrum stones are common. Well, not common, but they're rare in that
they don't happen.
Cybernetic technology is advanced enough that this shouldn't happen. If you do everything the right way, you shouldn't have this problem. Like Picard, for example, having his heart implant. As long as you do it right, you're fine. As long as he rests, he'll be fine. As long as he gets checked in every so often, he'll be fine. It'll never happen. So this is either through neglect or someone just did it a risky way or they use dangerous technology. So normally you don't need to do this procedure. It is an unfamiliar procedure, I will say that, because it's not something doctors have to do all the time, because it's usually something a cyberneticist does. Like that's a very specific specialty of medicine.
Yeah, like the doctor on the Ganymede is specifically a cybernetic specialist.
Yes. Your run-of-the-mill doctors don't usually worry about cyber. That's not my field. So yes. Any other follow-up questions?
Does anyone else have anything?
Any anomalous or enhanced abilities within the cybernetics that we need to be made aware of? Does she have X-ray vision? Does she have
We don't
phasers
have-
in her
we
eyes?
didn't access the cybernetics themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
We
is
don't
just
know the
disease.
specs.
yeah, these are just questions about her condition.
We'll get to there later.
but I want to know if she has phaser eyes.
We'll
I
take that as a
suspect she
no
has
then.
no phaser.
I don't think anyone else has
Yeah,
anything.
New scene. Time passes. If I can get it to do.
Do I have a job?
You indeed do have a cover identity. Rating 5. That gives you executive level computer technician clearance.
Here,
I
take this
imagine-
good shit.
I imagine there are some older employees that are particularly irritated that this fucking 20-something looking.
In the Federation, that's not as weird as you think. Education
No, but
levels are
it's still-
super high.
It's still corporate.
Oh yeah. Someone's
So-
kind of annoyed that you're.
Like, I was in line for promotion and then you showed up. It's not even that I get paid more. That's not a thing. It's just the responsibility would be nice. Don't worry, you'll get it when I quit in, like
Respect.
a month. Yeah. Okay, let's plant this device.
Yeah, I think his Caleb's direct instructions would be server and somewhere hidden, please.
Let's find a difficult to locate area to implant this device in the bug in the server.
All right. How do you plan to get down to the planet?
Down to the planet?
Yeah, you're still on the ship.
Oh, don't I kind of just walk into the office?
From orbit? No.
Oh, yeah, I mean, duh, but shuttle down. I mean, no, shuttle down. We've got transporters. I need shuttle down.
So you try to go to the transporters to beam down, correct?
Yep.
Captain Hagen, one of your people wishes to beam down. Will you allow this?
Do it.
Do it. I've
Do I
clearly put in
have
my
to?
resignation. I am no longer your communications specialist. I have corporate work now.
Yes, I'll allow it. What time will they be expected back?
Not too long, hopefully. You know,
Couple hours, couple years, somewhere in there.
one or the other.
All right.
Depends on if I go to jail or not.
Okay, if you're not back in 72 hours, I'll leave without you.
Oh. Okay.
SS
We leave at
Yandy,
72
this is Starport Control. Please acknowledge.
Starboard Control, this is SS Yandy.
Due to an ongoing investigation in the area you're trying to beam to, we have restricted any transportation at this time. However, the shuttle landing area is permitted. You will have to go through a check, however.
Is there an alternate beam site, or is it shuttles only?
You could beam to a neighboring settlement and take ground transportation that way, but you will not be able to beam into the city that you are choosing at this time due to an ongoing security investigation. I can't give more details than that. I'm sorry, Andy.
Very well. I'll get back to you once we figured out our alternate air transportation. Yandy out.
Wow.
So, do you want to walk or do you want to fly down?
Oh, to be fair, if I just toss her out the fucking airlock.
That's how you walk.
So shuttle down means security check.
Yep. If we beam down to another city, it's gonna take a while. But you're gonna be able to pass by security a little easier.
We can shuttle down. I'm an executive level. I can essentially big dick my way around. We'll find out how well that works.
Oh boy.
I just flew down from the SS Yandy, and boy, are my arms tired.
No.
Could be worse. We could be using orbital drop shock pods.
Huh? You don't have those. You're a civilian ship.
I think we broke the GM.
They're called escape pods. Poorly aimed.
Poorly
So
aimed,
Pava is flying down on her own.
I'm assuming that whole corporate the corporate brief we got kind of tells me if I can have a phaser or not. I'm guessing no.
Do you want to pilot it with that? I might have some work I can do on the surface, or you good to fly yourself.
If you want to be coming down, then you can come down.
Well, I
You
think,
know, I'll
Anyone
come
else
down.
taking the shuttle down?
please, because I need to be on the surface.
Oh yeah, he needs to get to his yeah.
Are Krant and Samora staying on the Yandy?
Now we're into the 3 ring area.
Where's the Yandy in the list of just everything?
You probably can't see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on the top of the.
Wouldn't be some people have
Yandy.
access to it.
Yeah,
Only the
so-
captain and Varder have access.
Yeah,
Um,
which is fine. I just wanted to know what talent she had.
What type of shuttle would this be?
Just a standard shuttle. It'd be a specifically.
It's the shuttle class.
It would be a Type 8 shuttle.
Alright, trying to.
That would be
Alright, there it is.
Neruda if you look up
Yeah.
Kismet shuttles.
If
Yep, I was
Krant wants
looking
to
that up.
come down for whatever, setting up a safe house or something.
I think Krant yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking Krant probably should come down. But I was debating if we want to send everyone down or not. Like, does it look any more suspicious to have a couple shuttle runs from the Andy? Probably not.
No, it's a
We
trade
have
vessel
multiple
and all, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have multiple shuttle runs. That's
And
fine.
I'll tell you for free, you're one of many ships. New
Yeah.
London is a major city within the
Alright.
larger United Federation of Planets.
many,
So,
many including dozens, hundreds, thousands.
think New York City, and you're
Ah.
one plane.
Nice.
Okay.
You do not factor. They're checking on you. They just saw you going, you can't fly down. I know it's annoying. I'm sorry, but
Mhm.
we can't. So enjoy landing in a shuttle in the modern era.
Mm-hmm.
Actually to answer the question earlier, Type 1 phasers are permitted for civilians. In the corporation, you'd be allowed to have a Type 1 phaser. Security would prefer you kept it open carry, so they know you have it and it hasn't been stolen from you.
Mhm.
And nothing larger though. Security wouldn't want you to walk around with a Type 2. And frankly, you're a civilian. You shouldn't have a Type 2 in the first place, unless you're out in the bloody wilderness surviving against monsters or whatever.
She'll do fine with just a Type 1. You know, do everything properly. You know what might be expected of her.
Hagen, you want a knife? You say?
I was joking about the knife. I don't think I need a boot knife.
Okay. Probably check. Is Samora staying on the Yandy? Or is she boarding the shuttle?
Probably not needed yet. It's up
Yeah,
to
she
you.
can do more from the shuttle, probably.
Granted.
Brandon? Hello?
Hmm?
We're talking about the
question-
character you're playing.
Oh, we got back around to me already? Okay.
So the
Roughly.
question is, for the third time, is Samora entering the shuttle to go down to the surface, or is she staying on the Yandy?
I think she's gonna stay on the Yandy. She needs to. She's probably gonna need to end. If we get our hands on her, we might need to end up performing this procedure.
We're not
Whether that.
grabbing her right now.
Okay.
we're doing active infiltration, so staying on the ship to do further research into her is fine.
Yeah.
But you're not expected to be preparing for surgery at this moment.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure because you can't transport down quickly is the thing.
Right. I assume you guys would rather have me up here doing research on her and her
Yeah.
condition, as opposed to being down there with you guys.
Yeah, do what you can, man.
All right.
Just for reference, how long is flight time from orbit to ground, and how long is ground transport time from here to the next settlement?
I will answer them in turn. So flight time is going to eat somebody's action because you actually have to fly down there and go through traffic and follow flight procedures and so on. And then once you land, you have to go through an agent. So there is a bit of a process.
Will we have to go through security on our way back out, or can we jump into the shuttle and hotshot to orbit?
You'll be checked both ways because this is a city under investigation.
Okay,
So it's a security matter.
So, there's not going to be any quick getaway out of here unless we want to run to another city.
As for time, in the I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. You basically are moving at STA speeds, so you're moving a zone or so, as it were. So you're moving essentially from close to contact range. You know, it's an act. The thing that's taking up time isn't moving the shuttle; it's going through through the procedures. Like someone has to stay there and talk with the agent for a while.
Okay.
Everyone else can keep going. It's just that they need the pilot. They need someone to take responsibility for the shuttle and its contents.
No, you're the captain.
That's fine. What about if we want to ditch the shuttle and we need to go to the next settlement? What would the process look like doing that? Just hop on the tram.
It's the same
and
thing.
drive over?
It's if you could drive over. That would take an action not because of security checks per se, but because you would have to just get there. It just takes time to drive. If you try to shuttle out, you'll be slowed down by security.
Okay. So once we get down there, we're pretty much stuck down there, and we will have to get out quietly. Got it.
I mean, if we do anything, we're not planning on doing anything that needs a quick getaway right now. Unless
Right
I get
now,
caught.
but-
I'm not planning on getting caught.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying that if you guys make noise, you're on your own. I'm not gonna be able to quickly extract you.
Mm-hmm.
So I presume the captain here is performing Control Con Difficulty 2, assisted by Computers plus Con, to prepare to deal with local security.
Yeah. None of you guys are flying. It's not quite astronavigation, but astronavigation has a focus.
Again, you're preparing to deal with security. You're following flight procedures and regulations. Having the appropriate forms filled out for when you land your shuttle, landing at the proper point. So something to do with flight or piloting.
Helm control.
Helm control I will take.
Yeah. Had to read through my focus list. To take a threat. And computers.
Yeah, I think that's for a shuttle, so that probably will be the Neruda.
Yep. I have the new word up, but did you want to roll it or?
I'll do it considering you're doing the Yande.
Go ahead. One less sheet for me to have. Momentum.
So yeah, you walk over to not a Starfleet security agent, but a Federation citizen who is an employee of the Starport, who is waiting for you at the shuttle check-in desk. You see some local planetary security people do a quick tricorder scan of each of you. None of you are carrying explosives or Type 2 phasers, Type 3 phasers, anything like that. Obvious illegal activity.
Nope.
Yep. So they just wave you through. Unless you're hanging around to see how Hagen's conversation goes.
No, I'm just taking my
No.
computer stuff and going past.
He'll be fine. Also, I was clearly just a passenger on his ship, and I'm very busy.
That's why they're not stopping you too much. Like, quick scan. Do you have anything? Nope, you're fine. Go away.
No.
We have like thousands of other people to deal with.
Mhm.
Please go away.
They're not asking. They're not asking for IDs.
Their biometrics would identify them. You're on a Federation world.
Good point.
Yes, they identify us, but not correctly.
You see, Captain Hagen. You see a mid-20s man, human, with bright hair and bright facial hair. Kind of looks up at you from the counter. You see his name says David Ackerman at the bottom. He's tapping at his console. Kind of doesn't notice you standing there.
Why, look, it's Adler's brother.
Yes, hello, Captain Coelho Hagen, correct?
Yes.
And you're with the Starship Yandy. You just arrived in Yandy Shuttle 01.
Yes.
Are you bringing down any materials, hazardous or otherwise, on?
No materials to declare.
Any personnel with standing warrants or prohibitions to travel aboard your vessel? The shuttle, I mean.
None that I'm aware of. Blow joke.
One moment. Oh, it was a joke? Oh, sorry. All right, then. Purpose of visit?
Business.
Business. Anything I can help you with today regarding your business ventures on this planet? He looks half asleep. He looks bored asking you, like he's supposed to ask you that. He doesn't want to, but he's asking because he's supposed to.
He's at the retail questions. No, thank you.
Yeah. Very well. Do you need any ground craft secured for you?
Yes, a ground vehicle. Might be helpful getting around the city or the surrounding areas.
Do you wish a hovercraft or a ground effect vehicle? Sorry, let me rephrase. Do you wish a ground effect vehicle or do you wish a wheeled vehicle? He shakes his head like he forgot how to say words.
Let's go wheeled.
Wheeled vehicle. 4-seater or a 12-person passenger vehicle?
4-seater will be fine.
4-seater. Do you have a preferred color? I'm kidding. You can choose whatever color you want from the console. All right. Ground vehicle is set, registered in your name. You are licensed to drive a ground vehicle. You are a Federation citizen. Transporting any material. I believe those passengers are going. Actually, I don't care. I don't need to write that down.
The passengers will be coming back eventually, but
Well, it's up
they're
to them
also
if
for
they.
business.
Oh, okay. Good to know. All right then. You are set, Captain Hagen. He takes a pad out, and then he puts one in front of you, and then another, and then a third one. Place your
read over
biometrics
them.
again. Huh?
I read over them.
They're the documentation you prepared for. So it's not, now that you've made the test, you know which ones you have to sign, which ones you can just hand back. Like I don't need this one. Like one of them's like for I'm working here for an extended period of time. I don't need this pad. I don't need this pad either. I'm not vacationing here. I'm on business. But he has to hand them to you because he's required to. But an untrained person would start spending hours and hours reading through. It's like, no, you're wasting time.
Well, of the ones I do sign, and I would read over the terms, make sure I'm not gonna get trapped or anything.
No,
Not
it's
that
just it's just
Brady's
standard
writing this, but
Yeah, it's standard Federation travel advisories. You know, don't commit crimes. If you have any dangerous materials, please declare them. You know, standard airport stuff.
don't drink the water.
Yes, I
Out
too
of the
get told
rivers.
don't commit crimes and have to sign a paper for it.
No, I mean no. Actually, yes, that did happen.
So Hagen spends some time with the agent and does not arouse any suspicion. We will cut up to here as the three of you are in New London. What are Krant, Kilib, or Pava doing, or is Samora doing anything on the Andy?
Grant will probably be helping out the others down here. So,
To answer Hagen's question, you could for 2 momentum give him like slip him some latinum as a tip, which he doesn't keep. It would go toward funding the spaceport, but it makes him look good. Otherwise, you're bribing an official.
Yeah, I don't want to bribe an official, but I just kind of want to like sweeten his day and like, yeah, I know this job sucks, but here you go.
Yep, for 2 momentum, you can establish the advantage that this guy likes you. He's like, hey, you made a donation toward the spaceport. Thank you very much.
Which, no, let's do it. Might be helpful later.
Okay.
And not much, like a couple slips.
Yeah, hey, it's latinum. It's actual like money. It's like, oh, okay, heck yeah, that'll help. That helps with the spaceport.
Yeah, we don't need to barter with the damn Ferengi. We can just give them platinum.
I mean, thriving Federation colony shouldn't need to do that very often still. But...
No, true.
I think Caleb would head to the hotel room with his equipment and get set up.
I should put these on the map layer so I don't accidentally move them. There we go.
Yeah, if they asked you any questions about why you're bringing all the equipment and you're setting up as a new VTuber.
Sure.
Ooh.
Caleb, you move to your new hotel room. It is really nice. Has a great window view. Has a little patio. Has a little replicator in there. Sonic shower. Big queen size bed. A little Tridio set. And of course, you made sure to get this a dedicated computer port that links you into the planetary computer network. Which is, you can use the console that's built into the wall, or you can plug in your own device, which Caleb being Caleb, he's plugging in his own device. Because you have more control over your stuff than theirs. Unless you wanted to be extra covert about it and make their computer do nasty things.
No, I think I'd use my own. I need a degree of personalization.
As you load up the program, you start turning on the various VPN services that you've subscribed for. Costs you nothing because that's what the advantage is for. You set them up. It's like, yep, I want to use this one and this one and this one. Are you sure you wish to use more than 2? That's not necessary for normal usage. It's fine. I'm intending to do this. Oh, okay, enjoy. Because Federation world, you're a Federation citizen. They're not going to question you. So what do you do now that you're set up in your hotel room?
Well, considering I'll be waiting until Parva does her part of it, would I be able to set up some form of connection to Miao's personal residence?
You can certainly attempt it. You're looking at an opposed roll.
Seems fair.
Whoops, I have the wrong sheet open. I don't need that open. I need this open. It would be opposed daring plus science or security. Difficulty opposed, of course. And you have the standing advantages since you're using a VPN that if you whiff this, you will not attract attention to yourself right away.
Would you allow me to make a play for engineering?
That would allow you access to like the doors, replicator, stuff like that, but not access to her databases or the computer system itself or the security systems.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll stick with security. Focus.
Just turn it into a game of FTL.
Yeah.
Use the doors.
Focus in either computers, infiltration, or improvisation.
Computers, infiltration. I'll take either of those.
Just trying to decide on the spend.
Mm-hmm.
Because unfortunately, I've only got bold engineer. I'll spend 1 momentum and give 4? No. One momentum and 2 threat.
Okay. I am rolling flat.
Oh, that sounds like that's going to be someone else's problem later down the line.
Yeah.
We gain a momentum.
You have access to the computer systems of her manor.
Yay!
Who is next to act? Pava, Samora, or Krant?
Shall we get this tap
Uh,
put in place? Unless you've got something to do.
I was gonna say I'll probably be going last.
Oh, really? Okay. Because
Yeah.
I was gonna say, all I have to do is more research, so I'm the boring one that can go at the very end.
Let's get the tap in place then.
Okay,
I'm
so you're-
basically a support agent though, so
Yeah.
And I'm just a getaway driver, as usual.
You get to the lower floor of the corporate building. And as you walk through the doors, you hear a beep, and a nearby security agent looks over at his console. And he doesn't say anything, and you know that you can just keep on. You go to a nearby turbo lift and start heading up to the executive level, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course.
Yes, no, of course we're going there. We got the access to it, we're gonna use it.
And actually, I might as well reveal all these people, because this represents the various levels of security. So executive level is these top 3 floors.
Mm-hmm.
Which one
Are
are
they
you
different?
going to?
Are they differing levels of access / security on each? Or are they
Yes, they're all executive, but this one is the general operations. This one is vice presidential level and high level business matters, and this one is where the boardroom is, as well as various private offices of directors.
And I'm assuming they're all like isolated from one another. We did have Krant do the looking into.
Krant did look into it. The SOP would tell you that there is a security, there's security central that covers that has a special console for these 3 floors.
Okay.
These 3 are isolated from the rest of the building. These floors are isolated from the lower floors. Lower floors can only touch these lower floors.
We'll head for Central then. You know, walk like I belong here because I do. I just got a job. Haha.
You step out of the turbo lift and your file is checked again. This time they're a little more thorough, just because you are in a very important. Ba, 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 ba. Three. 4 hits is not enough.
Nope.
Told you going big was the answer.
Yeah.
As you find that you not only are they checking over, they point at a nearby biometric reader, which you recognize as a security officer. This is the sort of level of security that restricted areas on starships and starbases would have. So they're going to scan your biometrics, which your blood, your DNA, and all this, but you have a very thorough cover identity, which covers it. And there's like a little questionnaire that pops up on the screen that's making sure you are you.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually they wave you on.
You know, I'm sure I can positively radiate new person energy. I'll play the part appropriately. I do have a deception focus, so.
As you step into the central office, you see a Gorn security officer who is wearing full armor, has a Type 2 phaser and a rifle on his hip and a rifle on his back, a tricorder and a chest communicator. Kind of looks over at you.
What the shit?
Yes, can I help you?
I just got hired on as one of the new executive tech members. Just kind of like, you're big.
Name? Oh, sorry, not Gorn. A bloody Tellarite. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Tellarite short. I was like.
But he gives off the like. There's a half second of he comes. Oh, wait.
He's a Tellarite who gives off big Gorn energy.
Yeah.
The ego of a Gorn.
Ego of a Gorn and a big package.
River, Nim River.
I'm Gom. I'm the security officer for this facility. Do you have an assignment yet?
No, not yet.
Very well. I want you to check over our entry points from the lower floors into the secondary floors. I don't want those Fed News reporters splicing into our networks and digging at stuff they have no business digging into. You can use that console over there. Do you have your own personal console, or are you just going to use the interface? And do you have a neural implant I need to be aware of?
I have no neural implant, no. I do have a device that I use to assist me in such matters, though.
All right, then. An opposed roll as you are deceiving this person.
Oh, this is a device that helps me, but
Well, I mean, the general. I'm supposed to be here.
I'm supposed to be here. A focus and deception.
Yep, President Security. Because that's what all these questions are. He's making sure you're a real technician, and you're not just like, hi, computers are fun. Like, okay, buddy, get out of here.
Like, yeah, I've got this device. It's like one of the reasons I've got this job. Actually, I made it clearly.
Yeah,
That's the lie.
It helps me. It just doesn't help you.
Yeah. Does the trade of undercover help?
It does. Yep.
Yes. Let me double check here. No. Dauntless wouldn't come into play as a talent because I'm not being intimidated or threatened
Nope.
yet.
Nope.
Yet. 1 and 2? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. Wow. Oh, I didn't turn my comp range down. Whoops. That's why that was. Oh, I've got to reroll. I was looking at the comps going, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, no, those shouldn't be firing.
I gave myself a heart attack. Okay. And that's bold security, just to make sure you're know what I was going on about there.
Very good.
That's 2 momentum.
Yep. You're able to.
Oh yes, 2. You're right. Because I had undercover trait.
He looks at you for a few beats, looks at the device in your hand, kind of watches you as you go, and you can tell from a security guy to a security guy, he's making sure you are acting the way someone in your role should be acting. He's watching for weird tells, weird twitches, looking lost. And you get the feeling if you weren't a trained undercover agent, this guy would have made you. He is fairly good at it. He's exceptional at his job.
And there's probably the slight air of being lost because new person at the job, but knowing what you're doing.
You don't look too perfect because that draws its own attention.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have managed to infiltrate your way into computers.
Yay. Oh, I've got to the system. I haven't put the thing in the system yet, but yeah.
Yeah. Because that was all that check was just getting all the way, all the security and past that guy in particular.
Yeah, past this dude. Did you have each level had their own specific little boss dude?
There's mini boss dudes, and then there's the main boss dude for security. And you walked into the boss guy's room. I'm like, oh, well, that's gonna be fun. Hope you prepared well.
I know how to pick my fights.
Krant or Samora? Boring backup or boring research, which are actually very important because if you walk into ignorance, you're going to get into a lot of trouble very quickly.
Yes. The
Deal with ignorance in this era?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Both went the same direction with that.
Samora, you go.
Oh, and in case you're wondering, that large building is the corporate headquarters.
Yeah. All right, Granon, you're up.
Samora.
Yes. I said, I was gonna do I was going to do further research into her implants. Because it actually could be quite relevant if she can like see through walls or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you wish to access private medical?
You have to break the law now, potentially.
Well,
You either I'll say for free. You either would need to infiltrate her private files, or you'd need to get a warrant.
Hey.
Because she's a private citizen. She has rights.
Yeah.
Check and see if that's within the bounds of our operational limits.
Yeah, is that within the bounds of our operational limits?
Probably a roll.
If you wish to get a warrant for it, you would need to explain why you're infiltrating her medical files, because her implants are not the focus of her illegal activity. So that wasn't part of the initial warrant. But you could try to expand it and say, look, I'm checking to make sure it isn't. But yeah. Because give Varder some credit, some slack here. He didn't know you would need to access her darn implant medical files.
Yeah.
He's busy with other stuff.
I don't know if I want to give her slack.
Don't worry, I'm in charge of your promotions.
case, I think some more. Do we have encrypted communication to our folks on the planet's surface?
Not at this time.
Drat.
You'd have to do an encryption roll to try to hail them secretly. If you're lucky, no one's listening. I will say that. There's a lot of traffic. You might get lucky, no one's hearing it. But if someone is listening, it's open subspace. Someone could just pick it up.
Yeah.
Although I will say encrypting isn't illegal. You are within your rights to maintain your privacy as a Federation citizen.
What do you guys think? I should probably do this the legal way.
Yes.
I don't agree with the Federation Patriot Act. Just saying.
Okay.
Legal is yes, we're trying to do things legally. We might have a lot of flexibility, but
We are Starfleet Intelligence. We're not breaking the law.
Oh.
Yet.
In fact, if we do that, we get court-martialed.
and then Varder gets negative reputation, which he'll somehow turn into a positive.
Yeah, I mean, this is true.
Somehow.
Still could reflect badly on us.
Yeah.
You know, he'll be like, my agents, they went rogue.
It's like,
not
yeah.
Like,
So just like that thing in Stellaris. Oh, your agents has gone rogue. Do you absorb their bad karma, or do you cut them loose? You just do the wild dogs.
Yeah.
Okay. Spend a momentum. Research focus?
I would take that as you're looking at what legal grounds you have to get this warrant.
Okay.
Because you do have a case. It's just a matter of building it in a timely manner.
Yeah.
Given
Okay,
enough time, she'd be able to figure it out, but too long.
And someone roll the ship's computer security.
oh, I closed the Andy. Whoops. The one sheet I shouldn't have closed.
Yeah. What were you thinking?
Yeah.
And actually, if it was a Federation Patriot Act, there wouldn't be a need for a warrant. They would just go into it. Just call her terrorist and be done with it.
computer security.
Yeah. I was pushing for that. My own
Aha.
country.
The computer, with its security, is a great help to you.
I believe we shall squash.
Yeah.
All right.
Rugged design does not help you here.
So yeah, you spend some time tomorrow assembling a warrant, and at the end of her action, she will get approval to access the medical files.
Awesome.
Krant.
Yes. So I think I'm gonna do a little bit of legwork around the city. Try to familiarize myself with not just like the layout of the city, but a little bit of kind of like the personality of the city and stuff, so that if we end up in something like, you know, a chase, I'll be able to not be operating just blindly.
So you want to get a feel for the city in such a way that it's easier to evade or chase someone who's evading you.
Yeah. Probably more the second one, because part of our mission is potential apprehension. Right, insight con. Yep. Not my best roll. It's fine. Can I make a play for security from it being like specifically chasing someone down kind of angle?
I'll take that, sure.
Focus in strategy and tactics.
Yep.
And I'll spend a momentum for third die here. There we go.
You were able to determine that there is an intricate network of streets, alleyways, and passageways and breezeways. As New London was one of those early colonies that was not Starfleet driven, but Federation driven, which is another way of saying very disorganized. Until Starfleet eventually came in to help out and started standardizing things a little. But by that time, the damage was done. You had a mishmash of prefabs and research facilities and colony ships that were just landed in some random bit of field and said, "Oh, we're here now. Break down the ship. We live here now." It's like, please plan. Please don't do that. I'm going to land on top of the city. Don't do that. Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
So
that hurts me. So real.
There is it is a mishmash. It's a good thing you took the time to plan this out, because it is a confusing mess of streets. It only clears up the minute you go out to the countryside. And there are like these little highways that Starfleet built along with Federation Industrial Bureau. So that way you didn't have to drive over. You drive just on the highways to other settlements. If you want to go way out to the country, most people take ground effect vehicles, because why build roads? Why hurt the environment if you don't have to? But these are for the ground effect for the wheeled vehicles, so they can zip between different settlements. But in the inner city itself, it's packed. It is a mess in there. But you walk around and familiarize yourself with this strange place.
Yeah. And being as Actorn, it's probably like, walking around, familiarizing myself, also reading and familiarizing myself. Picking up a guidebook, skimming that.
Colonies are just not built like this anymore. Not usually, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That is one full round. Another bit of time passes.
We also have an Efrix.
Hi, Efrix. I'm new.
Hello.
Move forward. There we go.
Hi, I'm the FNG. I don't know how to play the game. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm learning this.
Yeah, you do. Don't you be lying over there.
It's not like you've never shown up in a game before.
If someone would quickly read in the doctor to the mission.
Not it. Need the bathroom.
We've gone through like the basic brief of Miao is here and high up, and she's got like health condition thing related to cybernetic eye implants. There was a murder on the planet of someone within the corporation recently, so the city's kind of on like security alert.
Okay.
We've deployed about half of the team to the surface in initial investigation attempts.
Okay.
Disparate ones. What have I missed, Carter?
Travel to the surface is restricted. You have to take a shuttle down to the city itself and then go through a security check, or you can beam down to the next city over and take a ground vehicle over. I do have a ground vehicle that I'm renting on the surface, but the streets are a goddamn mess. So if you go down to the surface, there's not going to be a quick getaway.
Okay.
But as of now, we're trying to play things cool, and we're just gathering information and working our way closer to her.
Mm-hmm.
Is Varder's character dead?
No.
Okay. The health bar is empty.
All of our health bars are empty.
Okay.
You fill up stress. I'll
makes
add
sense.
I'll add as well that you are essentially what we're all doing is also a modified version of an extended task. So everyone has one action per round that they perform. You
Okay.
can speed it up with momentum spends and so on. And once everyone's done a round of activities, I take a. That's why if you see a turn order ticker, that's what that is. That's me
Mhm.
invisibly ticking how much time you have. At
Okay.
certain points, things might happen. If the end thing comes up, that doesn't mean that you failed. It just means that something has happened that has that will affect the investigation.
Okay.
The people available to play are these three up here.
I mean,
everyone else has been-
obviously.
You're gonna play Soren.
I mean, he's not the best person for this mission, though, is the thing.
A stealth off
Maybe
yelling from the
not.
heavy weapon specialist.
I mean, he
I
knows
mean, maybe his
about,
specialty
he knows
and his
about
weapons.
things. If you
He
need
knows how to
somebody,
shoot
you said,
things.
Yeah.
I know this isn't what you mean, but my brain went, she's high up, and I was like, I can climb.
Perfect for the job.
Perfect.
So we're trying to
Literally
play this
climb
cool
the
spy mission. Meanwhile, Soren's at the outside of the building. Mission impossible.
Hand over fist
Climbing it.
climbing up the building.
No
Climbing up
climbing
the
gear. It's
building.
just like reaches
Absolutely.
up, punches a
That
hole
was
into
my
the wall.
thought. I was like, that is not what they mean, but
But it is what Soren thinks they mean.
Yeah,
For a
fuckers just up
minute.
here climbing the
to
tower
be
like
fair,
this.
yeah. He knows there's some kind of stealthy thing. He knows, what is it? It's been a while.
Does that mean if he's climbing the outside the window, his natural weakness is a fighter plane?
And it's his okay. The things that his focus is safer that could be argued with stealth is the ground-based security systems instead
Yeah,
of
that's what I was
avoiding
thinking.
them,
Yeah.
or small arms and hand-to-hand for no witnesses. Stealth
Yeah.
is still achieved.
Yeah, like I think Soren could be applicable here. Like,
Oh, doctor, just so you're aware,
Mhm.
in the pinned messages there is the directives of the mission.
Okay.
Just so you're aware of what they are.
Yeah.
Um,
there's an argument for Sheena as well.
Yeah, I just
But-
pulled her up.
Yeah.
Maintain covert status is one. of
Yeah.
these directives.
But like, if we lack muscle down on the planet,
Yeah.
So Sheena is
up to you.
Sheena's decent,
I mean, we're all decent at security.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Soren's
I was gonna say
Great
that
at
is
security.
he's super good at security. Quiet is, I mean, he got
Questionable.
assigned to a stealth team for a reason, I guess.
Okay, he's better than Clive at being quiet.
Yeah,
yeah,
he
I
was
just pulled
assigned
him
to the
up.
stealth team with Clive as the explosive oh no button.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
This is
'cause
why
my-
we
my
never
other
play
thought was
Clive
like,
is our oh shit button.
Clive is
Yeah.
the oh shit button.
because my
Clive's the
other
one sitting
thought,
up on the hill with a grenade launcher.
yeah, because my other thought was like I could make a distraction, but if we're trying to be completely
Mm-hmm.
stealthy, that's not a good option. Sheena probably makes more sense. Dang it.
She's the investigative Orion.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also just for your illumination, as it were, 2 rounds have gone by. So you're entering into the 3rd round of this.
Do we
stealth
know how many
operation.
rounds we get or not?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
You just know you don't have an unlimited amount. That's all.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah,
So, like,
considering
Yeah,
we
she's
haven't.
really good at investigating. She probably makes more sense.
Yeah, probably.
we have a limited amount of time because she will die in 2 years.
True.
So I say, if Sheena comes down to Caleb's hotel room, once he gets the information, she can investigate through it.
Mm-hmm.
and lead investigator and talent could be really helpful there.
Yeah.
And Grant can meet Sheena at the shuttle pad, kind of.
Okay.
Oh,
Deal.
yeah.
Like, hey,
Thought about
yes,
lead investigator.
my companion, come on this way. Just adding on
Mhm.
to kind of like the
Yeah.
power aspect.
Because because Soren's version would be to sing his own stealth theme song. So
Be so obvious that they don't even consider it be you.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Since you're a new
Very much.
entry,
I am. I am standing so still. I am.
since you're a new entry and we didn't establish whether or not down or not, I'm willing to let you all spend a momentum and a threat or two momentum if you wait for a bit, to have Sheena have been came down with shuttle 1, like she's always been down here.
Yeah.
Because we've already established Samora's up, but we haven't established where Sheena was. But
Yeah,
it'll
that's
cost to make sure to have the advantage of her already having gone through checks.
We can do some rolls and see if we can just momentum her down.
Question is, who's
Yeah,
next?
sounds good.
Whomst is? What did Hagen want to do?
I drove you guys down, so I already went.
Well, it's a
This
new
is
round, dude.
New round.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's new round.
Third round. Go.
Round 3, fight.
Finish him.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to. How impressive is my exogeo data?
Pretty impressive.
It-
You have up to date data. Also consider the fact that you have your. Are you allied with Tiger Squadron?
Yes.
So yeah,
Yes.
you're allied with a major power in a frontier region. You have like cutting edge knowledge of what's going on the frontier that most other freighter captains don't know.
Yeah.
Because
that's
you can
so
actually,
this is a shiny enough coin that I could, in theory, walk up and ask to speak with her directly.
in theory, yeah.
Okay, so I don't have to polish the coin to make it more or valuable. Yeah, I guess I'm going to drive my little rental car to her building, and I'm going to request a meeting with a procurement officer.
I mean, that's also pretty helpful, because if she's distracted while all this is going on, there's less chance of her knowing we're taking all of
Yeah.
her shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's another thing I was thinking.
To clarify, do you wish to speak with the procurement officer, or do you wish to try to speak with the director, like directly?
I want to take steps to get there. So first, I would walk up to the front desk and ask for procurement officer, then ask the procurement officer to get the director.
Gotcha.
I'm doing this in stages.
So as you're speaking with the security guy and you're talking your magic, you see a small news team walking over to you.
Ruh-roh.
And here we
Oh,
are
this
at the
is
front
exciting.
gate of the WiseRad corporate facility, and various people come and go, wishing to have various meetings with corporate officials about an array of reasons. Here we have a Federation citizen. Hello, sir. I'm Thevak Sarissa of Fed News. We're doing a documentary series. Would you be willing to spend a few minutes of your time telling us what you're doing today?
I look at the security guard. Is that meeting happening or?
One moment. Hey, type. Like he's waiting to be called back.
Yeah. So much for that excuse. Sure, I have a few moments.
Oh, thank you so very much. You see a little light. Oh, just almost blind you. Apparently they didn't turn it on yet.
And I would like to somehow flag this footage saying, "Hey, I'm on record here. If we want to erase this later, here's
That's
the
fine,
camera
you're not one of
team,
the
here's
intelligence team."
camera." Yeah, I'm not one of the intelligence team, but
It's
just
fine.
in case.
How are you flagging this? And to whom?
I'll just keep a timestamp. Yeah, and mark the timestamp amp on my tricorder and try to get a serial number off the recorder.
Ooh, okay, that's a roll. That is 100% a roll.
That's gonna be a roll. I know.
Reason plus engineering. Difficulty 2.
Improvising, because I didn't think I would have to.
Yep, 100%.
I didn't think I would have to remember a video camera session today.
To be fair, you were warned about this in the briefing.
I was.
It is relevant.
Hilariously,
right.
they that's why they didn't bother earlier because you work here. It's like, it's some technician. Well, we're not going to bother her. Who cares?
But
Hey,
I'm a
look, someone interesting.
civilian.
Some
I'm
technician
interesting.
just got hired into one of the highest positions in the company. They don't know that though.
Yeah, no.
Ooh, this is not. For some reason, in strafing run is not going to help me here.
No.
Unless you were just leaving. Like you said no and just dipped.
You just call up to the ship, strafing around the building. No. Mission failed. Mass murder by a civilian under your care.
Jeez.
We'll get him next time.
Listen, we're not directly responsible for him.
Explain that to a
I
court
like how-
martial.
I like how you're trying to keep this like culpable distance from me.
Yeah.
Uh,
You were
One
You're
with
a
moment.
rogue variable.
One momentum, 2 threat.
Roger.
that we have a squadron alliance with and have
Yeah.
assigned a liaison officer to.
Still a rogue variable.
Mhm.
Or why you have all the liaison officers to. Come on now.
They are there to liaise his face to the floor should he get too rogue.
Uh-huh. Is that how it works?
Oh,
Yeah.
that was good. Yeah,
Oh, you're the
typing's
security
kinda-
The real reason we have Sarin here.
Clive's just up on the ship prepping charges.
Yeah, Clive just lives in the engine room. He's holding the entire Yandy hostage
Uh-huh.
just all the time. It's
Oh,
just
you
if-
mean you
if
want me to
Hagen
pick him up and throw him out the airlock? Okay.
And Hagen's just like, you do what we want, or Clive will just blow up the reactor.
So you get your scan with your tricorder, and you kind of know time. You record it. What is your name, sir? For the viewing audience.
Halen, Colel L. Hagen.
Mr. Hagen, where are you from?
What is my upbringing? Nice attack.
Shit, I forgot my own backstory.
I'm
I
not
think
from
the
around these
detail-
parts.
Oh,
back in the
off
core-
planet.
Earth?
Back in the core systems. Bounced around there. Air, Beta Z, Earth. Spent a year in Tellar. That was interesting.
Oh, I see. So you're a traveling spacer then.
For the most part.
I see. So you came here on a freighter or transport vessel, or on a Starfleet vessel, perhaps?
Civilian freighter.
Oh, I see. Was it very difficult to get here on the freighter?
Nah, Yandy's used to the light years at this point.
Oh, the Yandy. Oh, I see. Is that a civilian freighter you said? SS Yandy. I assume Federation vessel by the name.
Yeah, Federation
Vessel.
Federation Asian vessel, civilian owned.
So did you use like your personal credits for it, or did you have like a working passage?
Personal credits.
Oh, now you're lying. Roll. You're rolling opposed.
Wait. What if
I
they're
don't
what if
think
they're
he's-
what if
He's
they're
like, "Yeah, I bought the ship
miscommunicating?
with
He's like, yes,
personal
I bought
credit."
the ship. 'Cause that's
There's
infinitely
personal
funnier.
passage, and then there's it's my ship. He's actively evading and saying that he's the
Is
captain.
he?
No, because there's been nothing about passage. It's just and
How did you get
Personal
here on this ship?
and then personal
I don't
credits or
think he's
something. else.
evading yet.
Oh no, I bought the ship.
Yeah, but you're equivocating. You're going around directly answering it. So there
Are
is
you
an
actually
opposed
just
answer.
avoiding telling her you're the captain of the ship?
Kind of.
Yeah,
You've already
'cause you-
told her
There's
what
no
the ship is
reason
called.
to.
You've already told her your name and the name of the ship,
She has
Now you're just
everything.
playing the long con for no good reason.
which is comedically great, but you
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have to.
That's why we're sitting here like this is clearly just a miscommunication.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought buying credits and stuff. I thought you were like, oh, how'd you buy the vessel? Not, how'd you buy passage?
Well,
on
when
it?
she asked your name, you didn't introduce yourself. Most people would point that out.
He's just
Captain
exceedingly
Tom.
humble.
Yeah.
A humble beta Z. Yeah, I buy that.
He's a spacer. Didn't grow up with culture.
But do you wish to amend what you were saying, or do you wish to maintain?
I'm going to amend what I'm saying and say that the Yandy is my personal vessel. She goes where I go.
Oh, so you're the captain of the ship, or you're just the owner?
I'm the captain too.
Oh, how interesting. What brings you to the Wise Rad Corporation?
Well, being out in space a lot, you get a lot of scans, and I heard that someone was in the market for exogeological data,
Really?
and I figured this might be the best place to part with such data in hoping that it could be used to further the frontier development.
At this point, your action's being used up to her since you're giving
Yeah.
her a full interview, which I will note for your comfort that she isn't trying to make you or try to break your cover. You're just an interesting person to talk to. She wants to know your story, which telling your story takes time, unfortunately. On the
I
plus
do
side, by
have
the
it-
time
I
you're
do have
done, your meeting will come up. So there's that.
And I do have an interesting story, and
Yeah. We're not wiping this.
I'm leaving you the option of wiping it.
We're not wiping this.
Who is next to act?
Oh, Hagen didn't. Oh, damn, he didn't make it.
No.
Okay.
I didn't make progress.
Shall I then attempt with the infiltration?
Yes, stick it in, please.
Yes.
I know what I said.
Gross.
So you insert the covert device into the computer system, I believe.
Yes.
Now, that sounds like a euphemism.
Once you've done that, what do you do?
Well, he asked me to do some checks, so I might as well do my job. Air quotes, because just
I
sticking the thing in and leaving without doing my job is like.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the euphemisms tonight.
Okay.
So you are gonna spend some time, trying to make sure that no one can access up from the lower levels into the mid levels.
Yes, the security checks.
Okay. Reason plus security. Difficulty 2. You are being assisted by the building. I'll roll, assuming you get at least one hit.
I would hope I get at least one hit.
So would I.
Me too.
Cryptography focus.
Yeah. I will tell you, by the way, that this thing, computers plus security, is a grand total of 15.
Jesus Christ.
Which is going to seriously help us right now, but in 2 minutes, fuck us over.
So yeah, I'll give one threat just for the safety net.
It's almost like this is an interstellar corporate headquarters.
Almost,
just
but not quite. Actually,
Okay.
up front.
So do we actually make momentum off this one?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're maintaining your cover. You're actually checking.
And just to verify, inserting the device is that's all I needed to do, even though it wasn't a roll for it. Like
Yeah, no,
it's doing the
because you
thing it
made
needs
your
to.
cover roll earlier, and you're covering it by actually doing your job.
Spend 2 for Sheena.
Let me double check what the thing is, because it's an experimental infiltration and information extraction device.
Yeah, so basically when tasks are being done with it, the comp range goes up, but it gives me an advantage.
There's no way to have actually been using the device while doing this task as a, hey, look, I'm not just bullshitting about this device.
You could use the device if you so wished. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like thinking about it, but I'd never said shit. Just doesn't change. I don't think it changes anything from the roll.
No, you would have had an 18 comp range and you don't hit that.
Yeah, okay.
The
And it's
advantage
basically just something to help with the story of, yes, I just said I'm using this device. That's part of why I'm here. I should actually, for
Well-
Mr. Very good at his job there, actually use it.
well, that can be the advantage. It's just the device is inconspicuous now.
Yeah.
For
Is
2
that-
momentum, you can make it inconspicuous. Sure.
Well, the device comes with the advantage anyway.
Oh, it does. Never mind. Never mind.
So yeah.
Yep.
I think now it's just spend 2 to bring Sheena down to the planet.
So spending 2. Sheena is on world. I assume you're done with your action. Romy?
Yeah, I've done the infiltration. The thing's in there. I assume once it's in there, Caleb can pick up the signal. I don't need to tell him it's in.
You should be able to. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Well,
Who's acting next?
We're not all 13 here. Who the fuck that was? Snarkin didn't see.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think
I pay taxes.
I'll start trying to gain access from either 1 or 2 locations.
You're trying to access the device at the building?
Yeah, that and Miao's personal stuff.
Well, didn't you make a roll to get access to her?
I did. So now I'm now I'm getting the data.
Oh, so you're gonna download data from her machine. That is there anything in particular you're looking for? Or are you just dumping library?
I tend to possibly take the entire library so Sheena can investigate it and get stuff off it.
Okay. If you dump the entire data, you likely going to be at it for a considerable amount of time. Just so you're aware.
Roll and pull that, maybe.
It basically be 1 plus a challenge die in rounds that you're basically occupied.
Does it have any effects?
Hmm.
Do effects just count for 1, or does it have any degree of vicious or anything?
This time it's just 1.
So you're looking at probably max 3 then.
Yeah. Do we think that's worth it?
I don't know.
I mean, it's possible if I succeed, I could possibly spend to maybe decrease time as well.
Maybe.
Well, no, if you're just data dumping, there's no check. You're just taking time. You're just downloading her entire database, which just takes time to do.
Well, I mean, I could obviously cut out stuff like I don't know.
You could spend momentum to try to cut down on one of the intervals, perhaps.
Yeah.
Once you see it come up, or spend a determination to create an advantage on the moment. You're doing the slow burn method of investigation, which is more reliable. It just takes time, is the thing.
I mean, as far as we know, like as characters, we have the time, so I feel like it's probably the right move.
As characters, you know that the longer an operating, the longer you have a chance of being found out. Like eventually,
That's
someone might
true.
notice you. It's not guaranteed they'll find you, but it just your chances. The longer you're moving, you're out in the cold. The longer you have chance of getting a cold. To put it that way.
I think I'll do the full one on the personal computer. If I can spend at some stage to maybe decrease an interval, fine, but yeah.
So we're gonna roll a single challenge. So at least action is being used. How much longer? 2.
Cool.
So effectively, where's my turn order thing? If we're here, wait, no, base is 1. Duh. 1 and 1, so 2. So you will reactivate on 5. You can spend 2 momentum to act sooner, as you speed up the download speed or make it more efficient.
I think that's
Seems worth it.
that's probably worth it to be more efficient.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably not the first time he's downloaded someone's entire database.
Yeah, it's like terabytes and terabytes of data. It's like, oh, this is taking. Let me speed this up. All right. In round 4, I will data at you because you're getting quite a bit of intel this way. Krant, Samora, Sheena.
Never mind. Yeah, what Grant needs to do next. How bulletproof are our warrants right now?
So long as you stay within the bounds of the warrant, fine. So you have a warrant to surveil, you have a warrant to gather evidence, you have a warrant to arrest should you have enough sufficient concrete evidence to effect arrest.
Right.
Apparently your warrant's been expanded to also give access to her medical files, but that's something Samora is looking into.
Right. Because I feel like what Grant is probably trying to do is, plan for contingencies, or make contingency plans and pre-plan a bunch of different scenarios. That's what Zachdorn does.
Yes. Plan, plot, outwit.
Insight security difficulty 2 as you start pondering the possibilities as you walk the streets of New London's Wise Rad city.
All right.
Oops.
I've been using it a lot, but it's the one that seems to be most applicable right here. Strategy and tactics focus.
Yep.
Again.
Hey, sometimes you have the right tool for the right job.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I have a bunch of other focuses. They're all good and related. No, this one's still the best one. What do we have in terms of resources?
No momentum on the table. 18 threat on the table.
I will try and leverage Zachdorn as a trait here again then.
Yep, I would take it, considering what you're doing.
Rolling 2.
Into the dawn of the Zax.
All right, so that hits it, but doesn't generate anything.
You think about the possibilities. If you need to affect the arrest of this person, you if you get a lock on to them, you can just beam them up to the Andy. That's usually the easiest way to detain somebody. If that's not possible, you would need to physically grab them and put on like a comm badge or something to try to force it to beam through. If it's that jammed, you'd need to get her to the shuttle port to get up and away. If that didn't work, you would need a facility to put her to hide out for a while until you could secure a way out, or get someone to exfiltrate you, like someone to come down and get you. You do remember, when you think about it, that there's an old Dominion War bomb shelter that's hidden underneath the city that most people don't bother checking that much anymore. And with your credentials, you could tell people stay away, security matter involved, and most people wouldn't check too hard about it because who wants to mess with the bomb shelter? So there is a place you could disappear into if you need to. You did get the role, so I will also add that there is with a city like this, there is likely a criminal underground element in the city somewhere. So you can presume safely that there is a fixer for either the syndicate or some other criminal element in the city, who might either help you escape or help her escape, as the case may be. You don't know who that is yet, but you can safely assume, due to your security training and experience, that there's likely going to be one. There's why, if you were a fixer, you'd want to be here. This is a perfect city to be doing stuff in. But there wouldn't be a huge amount. They wouldn't have like a whole gang of these guys, because there's a starport in orbit, and lots of Starfleet vessels pass through here. That would be incredibly stupid. But if you had like one or two guys, you can get away with quite a bit if you're careful.
All right, then. No momentum, so I'm not going to push any further questions there, because you already got quite a little threat.
Sheena or Samora?
I do need to look over the I now have access to those medical files, so I need to read them over.
Yes, you do. Reason plus medicine or engineering, arguably, because it's separate. Difficulty 2, assisted by computers plus medicine or engineering.
Take a threat, I guess.
Sure.
Research focus. Oh my god. Please ship.
Computers plus medicine for the SS Yandy.
Got it.
You know,
You just got it so far.
no, I know. I am going to spend my determination. A razor sharp mind is never surprised.
I'll take that, sure.
And reroll the 2. And I get to roll my veteran.
God damn it! I keep getting surprised when these characters' values come up. I made their oh, what's that value? Oh, right, I did that.
Unfortunately not.
So in other words, a very valuable contribution to these characters.
Oh, shush.
Checking over her eyes, she benefits from the trait of having cybernetic eyes, but she does not have the talent of exceptional attribute or similar talents that would suggest that she has an expanded range of vision. The eyes seem to be largely cosmetic, but also medically necessary, because without them, she is in fact blind. She does not have eyes to. There were no eyes to leave. She needed something to see. She has extensive cosmetic surgery to make it all look, human. There doesn't seem to be any exceptional additives to them. There's no special tricorder, or it just gives normal human range of vision, plus or minus a few extra colors just for comfort's sake, just for fun. But nothing that would give her an advantage in any great way. But she does have cybernetic eyes, so she doesn't. So as a trait, arguably, a GM could say that she could stare unblinking at something and be okay because she doesn't need to wet them. They're implants. Certain
It's
people
not
would find them a little
pleased.
freaky. Some people find them freaky in a good or bad way.
Yeah, but it's not
Yeah.
like we're dealing with she can see through the walls, she can
No.
see in the infrared, she can
However, from all that, there is nothing in the file indicating that she had anything added to her eyes, either by speed or lack or unsafe materials. She has standard Federation cosmetic eye surgery, and she just happened to choose a fun color for the eyes, which it's an implant. You can do whatever. You can make them look like little swirly things if you wanted. Do what you want. Hell, Jordy
little
does that.
pools
He
of
has like weird,
mercury.
like obviously cybernetic eyes just because he can. He could make them look human like everyone else, but he doesn't wanna because he likes to show off a little.
most
So you
Good for
you
him.
Could make him.
most
You could make him look like
peculiar.
swirling pure of mercury. Corbinian.
Yeah, you could do that if you wanted.
Art pupils. So much hate.
Hmm. Then what is the cause of the calculus cerebralis?
Would you like to ask that as an obtaining information?
Yes. The hell?
Momentum spent. You learn that it is definitely not the implant, the ocular implant. Those have been added. She either has a purposely added implant that's just
Record?
well, think of it this way: when someone screws up an implant, that's like someone not building a ship very nice, so the paint flakes off into the ocean. It's cruddy, and you really should fix that. Someone purposely put a garbage scow, shoved it out into the ocean to let it decay into the water. Someone has intentionally caused this to her, and she's probably not aware she has it, or if she does, she's not saying anything. Or, and this is a possibility I will bring up, she has an undocumented implant because the medical files would only have files that she registered with Federation Medical Service.
Gonna say.
So she got this outside the Federation, but you have her file of the eyes. The eyes are. So as far as the Federation's concerned, that's the only implant she has.
Okay. Then.
If she, and I will note that she would have passed through like Starfleet checks and transporters and other stuff that would log it for her medical file for her own safety because it's super secure and you needed a warrant to even look at this. None of her transporter files say she has an implant. None of her freighter manifests say she had an implant. So either she's only got it on this world while she's been here and hasn't left, or it's a covert implant. Romulans have those, Cardassians have those, some high-level Starfleet intelligence officers have them, like super secret neural implants or data storage, things like that. So to know more precisely, you would need to examine the patient. But as
Yeah.
far as the file is concerned, she should be.
So that means one of two things. It means someone's either someone's done this to her purposefully, or the more unsettling option, I think, is that she has some other implant that we don't know about.
So you find illegal augmentation more unsettling than assassination?
I'm sorry. Did I say more unsettling?
Yes.
I meant less unsettling.
Okay.
I mean, Vulcans are weird. Could be the other way.
Assassination is normal, but doing something illegal? God.
Exactly. I mean, assassination's also illegal, but there's more
It's only
documented
illegal if you
cases
get
of it.
I think that answered my questions that I have about this.
Okay. Sheena isn't back yet, as it were, but I will dump some information at Caleb. So, moment.
Oh yeah, because I think once I get that information, I'll also be handing it over to our lead investigator.
Where the bloody hell? There you are.
Our handy dandy recon specialists.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Oh fuck, that's why I had that open. Derp. You
You had
closed
Indiana
something a
Jones?
while ago, then forgot why you closed it.
Oh,
Or had it open in the first place,
yeah.
rather.
Yeah, yeah.
I was looking for a thing, going like, where the fuck? Oh, right.
I had that open at one point.
Well,
Several packets of data are highlighted. You eventually highlight. There's a lot of other stuff that's not relevant, so I'll bore you with them. But these are the files. Are like, no. These ones I'm going to pull out of the database, set them aside, and bookmark them. Going, no. I want to know what these are. All important.
yeah. I would definitely send that over to Sheena to investigate these things.
One moment. I'll send her a copy unless you're doing it already.
No, I can do it.
Okay, cool.
'Cause I think after this, it's primarily Caleb would start on the main objective, which is the tower.
And I'll be right back myself. I'm just gonna drink.
And now a brief message from our sponsors.
So obviously, I can
We have
post
sponsors?
this. Don't to post it in general as well.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, obviously, none of you are gonna know it, but the second one being exactly what we're looking for.
Ooh.
Evidence of overload. Yeah.
That third one is interesting.
Yeah, but again, it's like I said. I think once that,
I think the second one is more interesting for us.
yeah, that one's like Phil's mission parameters. The others are like, that's interesting.
Yeah, the rumors of Rimwood Acquisitions Division is
What, deleted files?
but I mean who is Rimwood? That has been interfering with many things. That explains why she was trying to get rid of us. Right there.
But yeah,
She was trying to make a hole for the Rimwood acquisition.
I'd leave that up to our lead investigator. Then Killer would obviously do the tower, then try and or help with start breaking down the information.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Krant next round sends up information where it needs to go, like biometrics up to the ship. Oh, Efrix, even though I posted it in like Kismet chat, Caleb has sent you the data from Miao's personal computer.
Cool.
So, as lead investigator, have fun.
I'm back.
Hi back, I'm Dad.
Sheena, what action? in this round
Sorry,
of
just a bit.
investigations.
What does the lead investigator talent actually do?
Let me. You are reconnaissance, and
The lead
you
investigator
generate one
talent
bonus
gives you-
momentum that can only be spent on the obtained information spent when you succeeded a task
No,
using
lead-
insider security.
Oh.
Lead investigator talent
Oh, bloody hell.
is different, and
The
that is
talent
you generate 2 bonus
is-
momentum.
2 bonus momentum on any task regarding the investigation of a crime. And it's just flat bonus momentum. It's not specific for information.
Yep.
It
Okay.
is
Different
kind
things
of
here.
OP.
Oh, okay. So put that in the wrong chat. That was no help. There you go.
Okay.
So kind of perfect right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So I guess the main thing would be to comb through that information a little more close.
So there you go. Where are you combing through? Just in the streets? Do you go to the hotel room?
I think we discussed me meeting up with Caleb, unless that's not still a plan.
Yeah, because I've got a hotel room, so you might as well go there.
And I'll also be meeting up with both of them.
Yeah,
So
there. If I wasn't there already, since I've been on the planet the whole time.
which one of these bits of information are you investigating?
Well, I mean, like, the second one is 100% what we're looking for.
Is it? Okay.
I mean, the first one in total kind of might be applicable.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought. I was like, the third one is a big no-no, but the second one is gonna for sure get us what we need to arrest her.
Get us what we need, and then we'll go for bonus information after that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you will be making potentially 3 bonus momentum on this.
Yeah. So there's evidence of corporate malfeasance.
Reason plus security. Difficulty of 2. To read over the files and try to see if there's anything actionable in the evidence. Hell, the damn file is labeled that. Like on a quick glance, you can tell it's evidence of corporate malfeasance. This rolls is to actually give it a bit more clarity, so you know what you're looking at.
Observation or infiltration.
I would take observation in this case.
Okay. Sorry. New
It's
character
fine. I'll take it
Buddhist.
personally.
Oh my god. I just looked at how much threat you have.
He doesn't have enough.
Obviously.
Be generous to your DMs.
See, you say that, but on Mondays he starts the session off with like 26 threat.
It's going at 28
yeah.
now because I've got to midnight power too.
You did that to
my God.
yourselves.
Yeah, we don't care though.
But I like the sparky magic things that come out of my fingers.
I mean, you're right, but you don't have to say it.
I mean, yeah, I guess take a threat for bold. That feels weird.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen with
Don't. You don't know me.
You don't know what my roles have been through.
Hey guys, remember that time I rolled 8 natural 20s in a 15-minute period?
Yeah. No need to bring that up now.
Hey!
Look, there's a crit. You got a crit.
And then plus some, because yay.
Yeah, I think we get free floating momentum for questions.
Tap, 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 tap.
Back.
This might be the sound that she's actually making going through all this. Where did you get a mechanical keyboard and why?
Who?
Sheena.
Oh.
And so this is the sound she makes as she goes through all the files.
Yeah, we were taking the
Sitting there,
mechanical.
I was sitting there typing on a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah,
I was sitting there typing on a new mechanical keyboard going, wait, you can't fucking hear this, can you?
Well, that's a problem.
As a lead investigator, you have 3 questions. Free questions?
we have
Free
free
questions.
questions. We've got 3 questions, I think.
3. Oh, because of the.
The floating. Oh god,
Oh, I've got a question.
yeah.
The fact that this is in a folder of evidence of corporate malfeasance, does Mao or the company intend to take action? Because if not, that's covering up corporate malfeasance, which is a crime.
Spending the 1 to answer that question?
Yeah. So that's not technically enough proof. That's just she'd be like, "Oh no, I was just gathering the evidence so that I could take it to somebody."
I mean, if we've got no more questions, I've got an idea of an advantage, possibly.
That or keep the initiative or swift task go again for a different piece of info.
Well, keep in mind that the 2 that she has from lead investigator can only be used for obtaining information.
Yeah.
For lead investigator?
Yeah?
No lead investigators open, I thought.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
will
sorry.
double
I'm
check,
full of
but I've
crap.
been
I
treating
am
it-
full of crap. Yep.
Lead investigators open, the recon one is information.
Is the other one. Sorry, I'm mistaken.
Then do we want to just swift and maybe do bio or covert?
Yeah, because I think my only question is not as useful as I would like it to be.
I mean, we do also have 3 momentum as well, so if you want to ask the
Yeah.
question, we'll still be able to swift if need be.
Well, I don't know if my question would like lead to another roll, possibly. I want to. Okay, so here's the question I have. She's pretty crafty, but are there any like slip ups where it looks like she's put her fingers in the pie there?
Do you wish to spend one of your momentum to ask that?
What do you guys think?
Yeah, might as well see if she's left any digital fingerprints in the.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Then what to spend for swift?
Sure. Which one is the next one, do you guys think?
Well, listen, the top one looks most promising, but covert also, so probably
Mhm.
dealer's choice.
I mean, I'm pretty interested in her deleted files and that Rimward acquisition. Because we've already dealt with that on a certain level, and it was after we thwarted that she suddenly became a problem. So
And yeah, let's. If you're comfortable with that, let's go with that.
So which one are you investigating? Just to be clear.
the first one, or do we have to decide? Like,
Well,
of
those are
those
separate
listed?
files. Separate.
Okay.
So biometrics, fabric, digital reports, rumors.
Okay, so then we have to decide rumors or her deleted files.
Well, I mean, if we have to choose between all of them, covert seems like one option in total.
Yeah. That was gonna be my other suggestion. We could do that. What do you guys think?
I mean, I'm okay with it because at the
Okay.
next round you can do 2 of the
Yeah.
first group.
Okay. We'll start with covert then.
So the last one there.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was reason security 2. So now 3. I will up it to 4 and then 5. Because I'm a nice person.
Rude. Okay, spend one for the thing.
For
What's it
bold.
called?
The
Bold.
red thing.
Would you also like 2 momentum?
Yeah, let's do that. Does that put me at 4?
It does.
Okay. Observant again?
Oh yeah.
You hit it.
Yeah, I could technically reroll that.
Would you like to fish?
Not when we're doing covert thingies.
Whoopsie.
Look.
So the plan for the GWalk was to, if they apply it now to the worlds as they are, it basically improves the class level closer to M or to Gaia-like state or garden world state. The problem with that is if you intending to exploit or otherwise capitalize on the worlds and people were already living there, that's a problem. But if they happen to leave because the frontier is hard to work on and some rather benevolent corporation said, hey, we'll move you somewhere on New London or Beta Z or something, and you can live a nice, comfortable life. You can leave your old equipment behind, and then they could terraform and have these shiny garden worlds that they could put their corporate offices in or trade with various persons and so on. This is not known. This, as far as you're aware, this is not in the Federation database. This is reported to the Federation Science Council. Starfleet Science doesn't know about it. They have actively kept this in-house with as much, and this actually seems to be the brainchild of Miao herself.
Okay. Which explains the acquisition of RimWorld.
Oh, I will say for free, this is punching way above her weight to be able to develop something like this. She is a xenogeologist. She's terrible.
Okay. And my understanding is the development of this kind of device you have to like register it with the Federation, right?
If you have intentions to implement it. If you're simply researching, you don't have to say anything, and that's the line she's been skating this whole time.
I mean, the question is it created and has it been used?
Those are questions you could ask.
I mean, yeah.
So which question are you asking?
Well, I'll expand on the questions first before just giving you very simple one-liners.
Mm-hmm.
So, has this device been created? Like, is there a prototype or is there multiple?
Is that the question being asked?
Sure.
I think the other question was, have these devices been used in how you specified earlier, such as encouraging people to leave planets and then using these devices? Have they been actually used?
Wait, why am I spending?
Hey, you want to spend all you like, mate.
If you want to lie, there you go.
There were plans to do that, but then the Silk Road Initiative happened, and that just cut the knees out right from under it. The whole program just dies right there, because with Silk Road Initiative, there's no reason for them to leave, and the corporation can't offer anything better than Starfleet is funding you living out here and are actively going to try to help you build spaceports and deploy a whole fleet out this way and dedicated brand new star base and headquarters. Like, you'd be an idiot to leave. unless you just really didn't like the frontier, which they may be able to find some planet or two, or if Starfleet finds some abandoned world, they might be able to convince the Federation Bureau relevant to let them do it. But that's going to take years. It'll be by that time someone might be able to their own G-Walk. But they have not implemented these items yet. They were going to, but they never got a chance because the Silk Road got announced and the program basically got shelved.
So I do have another question, but I want to see if anyone else has any first.
I certainly do not.
Yeah.
Corbanium, I am PMing you to do something that might be of interest.
Yep.
If that's the
I probably should have played Sword today. You guys, I'm working on like 4 hours of sleep and a full day of work, so my brain is
it happens.
Hey, you've become a font of intelligence so far for minimal resources.
Yeah, the question I was thinking of, you did mention that even though this is her brainchild, this is not her area of expertise.
Oh yeah.
So the question would be, does this project have anyone else's fingerprints on it or linked to any other parties?
You could certainly ask that question. Is that the question being asked?
She work for.
God damn it!
Like, we know she's got Starfleet Admiralty ties. We just haven't confirmed them.
Yeah, that's why
we haven't been. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's basically the question. Whose fingerprints are also on this?
Whose grubby little mitts have been on this?
Okay.
That wasn't really the question.
No, that's who the fingerprints are. She didn't invent this. She's just reconstructing what someone else or
Whose grubby fingerprints are there beside her doing this?
Yeah, is there like an admiral or a different person who's helping her understand it?
No.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for, but I'll take Preserve Attack.
No, it's this falls under her. The reason why that's why I answered this way, because it is answering your question just in the way you weren't expecting. She is a specialist. Looking through the file, her knowledge of exogeology is important, and of computers is important. Finances is important. That's what the foundation of this is. But her understanding of the technology, she taught herself through intense study ancient technology, which is usually a field of study that's specific, is usually in the field of like scientists, archaeologists, and Starfleet.
That was going to be my next question. I was like, is that something that she should be able to do, or did she like?
I will say she certainly didn't learn that at an academy business. It's not a class they have.
Because my thought was like, did she interface and like somehow not go crazy and see Star Wars?
I'm just trying to remember, I wouldn't say the illegal use of Preserver Tech, but using Preserver Tech just willy-nilly is generally not a good thing.
That's a philosophical, not a legal one.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's dangerous. I don't think it's illegal.
Yeah.
It's just pants soiling. There's a difference.
Gosh darn it. She's such a weasel.
Thank you.
It's all just circumstantial. None of it's good enough.
Well, next round you can ask some more questions about a different thing.
Yeah.
New scene.
I gotta go dumpster diving.
As I clear everyone's markers. Pava, you recognize at security activity in Central. Gum, the security officer, seems to be moving rather rapidly as he seems to be dealing with various reports. Something's happened. They're not at full red alert, as it were, but they are at yellow alert. Something's happened to draw his attention, which on the plus side is drawing attention away from you, but he is alerted to something.
Mm-hmm. And it is part of my job to notice that as well. Right?
He hasn't asked you for any particular, but it is, you could act this round to try to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, he has not asked me, but I'm security. Security's supposed to be somewhat proactive on that. Yes. And also, if something's happening, it might be relevant. Ah.
Present security, difficulty 5 to get a straight answer. It's almost like they don't want to tell the new guy what's.
Infiltration focus?
Yeah.
I'm specifically trying to talk my way further in. Getting in deeper. Let's go. Further on the inside. Nope. None of those. Diff 5. Yikes. Okay. Well. Trade of undercover?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Have 6 threat.
Sure.
Increase comp. Increase comp.
Go away.
Oh, you already rolled. Gom kind of waves you over, and he gives some quick orders, and then he kind of takes you aside and lowers his voice. He even actually waves you in to kind of lean in, so you're not, or sit down to sit down, to talk very loud.
Yeah.
All right. This is a bit of a rough way to start your first day, but since you're so insistent, fine. We just did a quick review of our internal security net and our various confidential level files, executive in particular. It seems various confidential files have left the building. We're trying to figure out who it is, but most of the evidence seems to be pointing toward the director of acquisitions. So we are now gathering what information we can to see why she compromised our security system, whether she was coerced or if she's doing this of her own initiative. If this is some sort of illegal Starfleet security operation, or worst case scenario, hostile aliens, Klingons, Cardassians. He waves his hand. Could be anybody. But we don't get to tell the board that it could be just anybody. We need an answer. We need it fast. Because I have to report to the board. I have to report to the area manager, who needs to report it to the board. So.
Well. I'm here, I'm insisting, and I...
Ask for
there's 2 ways.
access.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm here, I'm new, I don't really know anything outside of the company. So if you want someone to look into this in a... Well, you've seen me. In a manner that is not no one in the company's talked to me aside from you, really, or the security people on the way up, and the person who hired me. So, if you want someone who can, or doesn't have any ties to anyone,
All right. Get me an answer.
I'll do what I can.
And by the way, before you get too creative, be advised that this is a Federation world and we are beholden to its laws. So don't get too creative with your solution solving. But if you violate a couple of corporate regulations, I'll be sure to give you a incredibly difficult and menial task to make up the violation. He makes a serious face, but he makes a shrugging gesture like, who cares? Like, I don't care. Just get me an answer.
Yeah. Of course, sir.
You may perform a swift task at this time to act on that information. Because it didn't take you time to kind of get his attention to get talking to him.
Yeah, we'll. Pen and I were like, yes, we both had the same idea of it.
Yeah, just give us slightly better access, please. Thank you.
Give us permission to do the thing.
So what are you doing?
Well, I want to find out.
Yeah,
And if it is me, then I can direct it to be something else. And just kind of a dead end somewhere else.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those, I'll just investigate one at a time. Let's start with randomly Miao.
Well, there's also the, it could be us, but that would be an incredibly fast pickup, so it might be something else. So genuinely looking into it. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Spending 3 threat to activate my determination.
let me...
People only truly follow the bowl. Buying 1 die, 2 dice.
Cryptography?
Yes.
Okay, that being said, one of the...
milestones?
Yes, that's what I was going to do. I was going to do a milestone specifically regarding cryptography, one of the spy team... The first spy team Yandy mission.
Yep. Be advised, since you're using a swift task, the opposition has 1 free hit.
Yes. I'm assuming undercover does not help me here.
No.
Does
I will note, due to a trait of the target, they have 1 additional hit. They have a total of +4 hits. Before rolling.
Christ.
Use the device.
Yeah, using the device.
So your comp goes up by 2, but you gain an advantage.
Yep. So that is... And then, yeah, I got the determination, spend the determination. I don't think what others don't know won't hurt me is applicable here because I'm trying to find something else. More than just hailing frequencies? Or I serve a noble cause at the Federation.
Mission directive?
I'm trying to see if any of the personal values apply first.
What was the first one again? Sorry?
More than just hailing frequencies. Because this has happened... They said they left the building, so that's something that's happened through communications.
I'll take that, yep. Whoopsie.
Which
close,
is
please.
under the general broad thing of more than just... Yeah. Yeah, cryptography, spend the determination to that, so that's 3 hits before rolling for me. It's reason, so former initiate kicks in again. And we'll give you 5.
Oh, bloody. There.
Yep. Okay. Time for fun, right?
You think you got 2 rerolls, haven't you?
I do have 2 rerolls, so let's just go from an 18 to a 20. Let's use the second one. Holy shit.
Man,
Dude.
Spending 3 threat to activate the value nothing and no one my ambitions. Rerolling my fails.
Do you have another milestone?
Yes, I've got 2 more still. We'll find out. Because at the moment that is 6. No, wait.
That's 7. Oh, it's 8, yeah, sorry.
2, 4, 8, yeah.
You've...
Oh, we're both on 8? Hmm.
Yeah.
We're both on 8.
Do it.
Do it? Damn it. Okay. This is one of the things of, I can't just do the harder thing because I don't have as many.
Yeah, but this is fun now.
Let's see.
Also don't have veteran.
I don't have veteran.
Yeah.
The Sum of All Determination was the name of the episode. I've got infiltration, survival, cryptography, and escape.
Yep.
And
I'll take
cryptography is the main one there. Because, escape and survival, hopefully not yet.
Mm-hmm.
With any luck. That doesn't count as buying a d20, does it? No. Either way, it doesn't matter. But... Oh. Win by 2.
Oh. Intense.
Yeah, because we'd have lost that because I had a comp and they didn't, yeah.
Yeah. Well, next campaign, I'm definitely going with that kind of like format for charting my milestones.
Yeah.
Much more clear.
It is. I'm enjoying the Initiate one, though. The Trill Initiate.
It's a cool talent.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit!
Oh, shit.
Oh!
Well,
Okay.
if I
Hot
wanted...
red-handed.
Yeah.
Hot
You were dealing
red-handed.
with a skilled computer specialist, and that was one of her the academy.
Yeah, that's... She got 8 hits. Good thing we had Pava in there.
She had 4 of them for free.
Yeah.
To be fair, you had 3 of them for 3.
Yes, I know. One of those is thanks to another member of the team, though.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Like, that was very much a
So,
stars align kind of moment.
Yeah, this is kind of a red-handed moment. And because the information device is plugged in and there's a live link to Killib, is he visibly
Recording this?
like he essentially has access to this investigation?
For a momentum.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a weird version of obtain information, but you're providing information, so it's not really an advantage because you already have an advantage. It's letting you do this, so yada yada.
Yep. It's just making sure that this is, I'm making sure that there's no surprise that's stopping this, but it's also...
Whom is next to act?
I think I better go to lock down a fucking location.
Uh-huh.
This is a...
Like, can I, backtrace it and just through the device in the system and just fucking find her?
Yeah.
Can I direct him to do that, actually? 'Cause I'm
Yes,
in the
it
same
will.
building.
It would burn your action because
Yeah.
you're basically locked into helping him with his task.
Right.
Yep.
Well, no,
Actually,
specifically, can I direct?
Yeah.
Because I have access to the
Oh wait,
direct
yeah,
ability.
other way
Yeah.
around. Yeah, you'd be spending your action for him to do his thing. Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah. Because this is what Grant is built around.
Yeah. Like, they both have crisis management.
Yeah.
But,
Could I
it's
make...
interesting.
I'd love to make a play for engineering here, considering I'm using from one location through a device I created to find another location of someone hacking a system.
I'd be more partial to take science on that basis because you're tracking through computers and stuff.
Could I take engineering for a comp increase? Ooh, I'm trying.
I cannot sell myself on engineering.
So the only thing is that I have bold engineering. I don't have bold security.
Yeah. Your security's still decent, though.
Yeah, but the reroll would have been nice.
No argument there.
Computers or infiltration?
Computers, definitely. Oh, lady, you're in a bit of trouble now. I don't know what you can do to get out of this.
Well, I'll be using my experimental device that's plugged into the system. So my comp range goes up by 2, but I get a free hit.
None of her talents apply to... Oh, no, she gets 1. But that's it. That's all she gets. Yep, and I'm not spending. I need that for something else.
So I'm going to
You
keep...
also have a reroll on this because I have advisor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to save the determination for rerolls as well. So this might be a spend one for me. So I'm going to go 1 and 5 GM. Would you like to spend in return?
She does.
Yeah, it makes sense to not get caught.
Yeah, because she doesn't know it's you guys. It could be the corporation hunting her down. That's not good at all. Well, spend 3 toward the value. Nothing and no one will stop my ambitions. And that's it. So she has plus 3 hits before.
Yeah, so I have +1 and assist as well.
Yep. Assist and a reroll.
So I'm currently at 5.
Alright.
I think I'll spend the determination just to roll the 2 of them.
To what value?
I'm an electrical savant, or for every problem a new architecture.
That second one, actually.
I'm rolling my assist here with a
Momentum generator.
chain of command focus, GM.
Yes.
So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 versus 3. So we're up at 6.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, that went well.
Yeah, no kidding. So what do we know has happened so far? Because I do have the opportunity to swift task here for cheaper because of the tactical voice talent. So
Well, we know she's in this room.
which room's that?
This one here.
Got it. All right.
Here's one to create an advantage for Pava of considering we're kind of looking at the same data at the same time due to the link with the device. Pava knows where Miao is.
Heck, I'd let you spend one
Awesome.
momentum for that. You're just obtaining information for her.
All right.
She's basically one floor. She's in the executive level, one floor below where Pava is.
So the question: what do you think you can do on a Swift?
So I can make an advantage because I have a talent related to that as well. And the difficulty increase, so switch task would basically be negated. Or I could direct again because I have crisis management plus tactical voice. So that's 2 directs per scene.
I mean, if you directed Caleb, it's possible with his current access to the system that he could lock her in the room.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like direct Caleb to act again. I don't know if we want to go for lock in the room or maybe just like get security on her.
Like ping her location to the building.
Maybe. Like, what's GM? What is the best like intelligence standard operating procedure here for this situation?
For momentum, I'll answer.
I'll spend that. It feels like a thing the character might know. But I don't.
The most rapid way to get subject out is to beam them out if you have a starship, because any attempt to physically restrain or detain the individual, it could result in them attempting to flee. The downside of beaming is that it's obvious that you did it. It gives away that you beamed because you can't hide that. There's too much energy involved, especially with the Yandy. It's not a stealth vessel. It's not what it's for.
Yeah. But we
Otherwise,
have
the other intelligence option would be to get her to somewhere quiet and disappear her into an alleyway. Like you need to get her somewhere away from cameras, away from sensors, so she can be grabbed and pulled somewhere, and then you could move her elsewhere. That's if you're trying to keep it 100%
though. We've got the evidence to make the arrest now, right?
Yeah, because she's literally stealing company files now.
Is that enough of a felony to arrest her on?
It's a crime.
It's not
It's a
the
foot in the
crime
door
we're looking
crime, but it's
for.
not the crime you're aiming for. You have
Right.
something that's arrestable, but it's not the.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
the
just
home
not
run
sure
you're
if
looking for.
I'm not sure if because Grant is incredibly by the book. I'm not sure if this is enough justification to call for a beam out.
Well, I mean, if you wanted, I could go through what she's trying to take now to see what she's taking specifically. Maybe that would give us a bit more.
Yeah, filter her data stream.
Yeah. Let's
Oh
do
no,
that.
she's not taking it now. What they
She's
found
already
out was
sent
she already stole it. They just
Yeah.
found out that she stole it just now.
Got
Backtrack
it.
like he's stolen then.
It's almost like someone grabbed a bunch of data from her private computer back at her house.
And she panicked.
Well, if that's the case, yeah, if on my turn, I can also go through the files that are left over with Sheena.
Yeah, try and like find the specific like conspiracy for murder type evidence if you can.
Yeah.
I think I'm actually going to direct you. Should I direct you or Sheena to comb through for evidence? Is that more of a science or more of a like engineering thing? 'Cause we're all
Going
in the
through
same
it, it's security. You're reading through files. Looking.
group. All right.
Yeah. And I have bolt security.
Yeah, probably best to for
Then-
Sheena.
I will command center style you swivel around to Sheena and go. We've flushed our subject. Find our smoking gun. And I am swift tasking for a strategic or tactical purpose. So I reduce the difficulty, or I reduce the momentum spend to 1. And I am using my second direct.
Okay.
Hey, Grant got to do his thing. Double direct.
So Sheena, what are you reading through?
Yeah, because I think there's 5 in that.
Yeah.
There's at least 5 other data streams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my first thought is to go through what she's deleted. What is she trying to hide? That's what do you guys think?
That seems fair. Because like I said, that was just Krant directing twice. On our next 2 turns, we can go through the
Other ones.
yeah with Swifts. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right. Take a bolt case. Observation.
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's an Efrix roll.
Well, I mean,
Dang it.
That
Thank
really is
you.
just Efrix in a
Thank you.
nutshell, right there.
I was
complete
waiting for it.
disaster and reroll.
I was waiting for it to be another crit fail.
And the assist fry Krant as well.
I was gonna say, yeah, because you needed at least one hit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and that was a nat one too.
Yeah.
Sorry, had to
Jeez.
disconnect there, but I'll roll my assist now.
That's
Oh, nothing from print.
It's all right.
good work, everyone.
We did it. It's like, man, she's got a lot of stuff in her garbage. Like, what?
Oh, she never clears out the trash bin on her computer. Damn it. There's a lot of stuff in here.
Is this from when she started working here? Jeez. Is this from when she was in the academy? Oh my god.
Her old school assignments.
Wait.
Well, okay, that's the fucking.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I found it.
Yep, smoking gun. We're good.
Ding.
Yep.
Well, you've got 3 float there to, you know.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait a second. I know that name.
I know the last name, and this is concerning, but
Kelder.
Yeah, that's the middle
Captain-
finger to you.
Captain Calder.
his first name's not Owen though. So
No, I know.
Relative? Then again,
I
Kelder's
know.
probably not the most
I am
uncommon
gonna
name.
have to speak about this. Yeah.
So we got questions.
Yeah.
Quite literally, we
Is
have
one of them
questions.
any relation to?
Yeah, fuck it.
Any relation? To...
Any relation to Graham Cracker?
God damn it!
I saw
love how
that.
I need that
I saw that token,
Damn
motherfucker.
it. Damn
What?
it.
Is that the actual question being asked by she?
I doubt
Um,
it.
Yeah, I doubt she asked,
Not-
is he
not
related to a
that
graham
way,
cracker?
But yeah, any relation to Captain Calder.
Thanks.
Is it possible to say and what relation to the same question or no? I have to spend again.
That will be determined at a later time, but he is
Okay.
Okay.
family tree.
Just yes.
It's funny
Um,
that the one figuring this out isn't Orion.
Mhm.
Is it possible? Well, it's either question or create an advantage.
Oh my god.
Because we did technically obtain the. Well, no, we have a warrant to obtain information, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
You specifically have a surveillance and obtain evidence.
Okay. So if we present this, it's not gonna be like, well, you obtained this illegally, so therefore it's thrown out. Okay.
That's what the
They-
warrant was.
Thankfully,
yeah.
Barter got that, made this all official intelligence channels, an actual security operation.
Yeah. Okay.
I know what I'm about sometimes.
Um.
So-
I'm learning on the job here. What the fuck do you want from me?
Uh-huh.
I joined the Kismet as a chief
I'm
petty
not sure
officer.
that we need to like ask any more questions right now. We just need to like get this in the hands of the people that are gonna.
Can we create an advantage?
Yeah, that's kind of
Possibly.
what I was thinking.
Create an
But I don't-
advantage of informing Starfleet security that in Starfleet intelligence are moving in on Miao Miao now with evidence of, well, this.
You wouldn't need to spend for that. Your warrant already allows for this. You are Starfleet security. You
No,
are security
I
on the
mean,
crew.
No,
can we
no.
get like the planet's security? Like, we're doing this now.
I could tie them in,
Yes.
You would break your second directive.
maintain
I
our
will
cover.
warn you.
Mm.
You could do that though. That with two, you could totally rally the local Starfleet security or planetary security, even because planetary security, as Federation citizens, are supposed to assist Starfleet security in all security matters. Especially
I mean,
when
I
it
guess
comes.
we could just leak it, and then it wouldn't have to go back to us.
Ooh, leak it to the press.
No,
No, not about us, but leak that to the press.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
that doesn't really
no,
go against our directives.
but it doesn't really help us either.
Yeah.
It'd be
I mean, it
fucking
gets
funny.
everybody.
The goal is for us to apprehend her.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think it's more like just we need to move in and apprehend her or beam her out.
Yeah.
The issue is beaming her out, especially while this city is under such active surveillance.
Once. Yeah.
Yeah, so like
Do we? So we know she's moving stuff. She's probably gonna try to run with this information. Do we know where she usually meets her contacts, or is she no contact?
For obtaining information, I will tell you.
Mm-hmm.
See, I like how this is one of the first ones we were looking at doing, apart from the evidence of like corporate shit. Yet we left it all
Okay.
this time.
yeah.
Do you think that's a likely spot for her to go, guys?
Maybe obtain information of, has she made an appointment to go to Victoria Point?
Or has she contacted him recently?
What question is being asked?
Go with the doctor.
Yeah. Has she contacted him in the last 6 hours? Okay.
And I think we probably want to nab her before she gets there because
Mm-hmm. But we can plot a course because we know where it is. I was trying to build for advantage.
yeah. I'm just thinking we want to get her before she gets to Calder because Grant has read the file on Calder and he might just kill her if she becomes an issue.
Who is next to act?
It's either Sheena, Caleb, or Simora. Or Graham Cracker. No, Hagen-Dazs, sorry.
What? Why are all the ship captains desserts?
I don't know.
Because they're tasty treats.
I mean,
Armin Grenadine?
our captain Sherbert Grennan.
That one doesn't track as well. I like mine better.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, not all of my jokes are fucking top quality. Most of them are shit.
I just thought you were gonna say good.
Oh no, I know my jokes are shit.
Oh dear.
So I guess
I could go next. I've got an idea.
yeah, go for it.
So, for my idea, she would obviously have to go to this Victoria Point, correct?
Hmm.
So I would like to create as much difficulty as possible to reach that location from the corporate building. You know, suddenly
Okay.
increase traffic or red lights or there's something wrong with your identification code. Just give me a minute. And like 30 seconds later, well, sorry, it was just a issue with the system, but multiple times.
So what you could do on that line, you could slow her exit out of the building. Once she leaves the building, the corporation doesn't own the planet, so...
But yeah, I'll do it within the build. Like every time she wants to go
Yeah.
down a floor, it's like an issue that arises.
Okay, that would be... That is... Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Brix has just sent me the private message of "Be right back" instead of the Kismet channel.
Oh no.
Control plus engineering difficulty 2 to set up that advantage. Or essentially creating a complication for her that she's being slowed down if she wants to try to escape or leave even.
Well, I'll be using my experimental device, considering it's still plugged into the system.
Yep.
So comp range up by 2, got an advantage. I'll spend a threat because bold last. No, I'm not gonna fish. I want to, but I'm not. So technically getting 2 momentum. I'm able to spend 2 more to further increase the time waste. Or to make it less conspicuous.
You have 2 to
Yeah,
make
like
it less
less
conspicuous. Yep, I would take that.
Like the issues are within the realm of possibility of something going wrong.
Like the turbo lift is taking a bit longer than usual to get here.
Yeah.
Someone
Oh,
press
sorry,
emergency stop.
The L car is just taking a half extra few seconds. It's like, well, that adds up.
Yeah, and obviously I'll be sending this information to... Well, Parva can see it, considering where she is.
Yeah.
But I'll be informing the people in our room as well of, I'm slowing her down.
Right.
Who is next to move?
Maybe while Caleb's doing that, so Pava's tied down, doing investigation. Caleb's slowing her down. I think the other 2 of us on the planet might want to start trying to like shadow her to intercept her.
Yeah, because Sheena, I went on your turn, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I directed both of you, so Sheena could start trying to trail Miao.
Yeah. I have stuff for that.
Yeah.
It's control security opposed. To get ready to stalk Mao Mao the minute she steps out of the building. It's opposed not by her, but by the security who might notice your hand. Reason?
Okay.
Actually, I'm more like here to be more accurate.
I'm a little worried about rolling lots of goose eggs. I have lots of values if that happens. Okay. One for bold.
Okay.
Are you guys cool with me spending 2?
You can spend as much as you like.
Okay. Just because I don't know how good the security is. They might be trash. I don't know. Infiltration.
Yes.
Or observation. I mean, and that's why you spend.
So you start lingering and loitering outside of the building, but doing it in such a way that it isn't drawing undue attention. Falls to Hagen or Samora.
Am I aware of what everyone else is doing? Am I still caught up in my interview?
I don't think you are.
I think the people that are
maybe.
in their little apartment doing the hacker man stuff can keep you updated, but Pava certainly can't. She's a,
I
For
mean, yeah,
momentum, you could loop in Hagen if you wish.
sure.
Because one can presume he can be contacted covertly. Probably not allowed through his communicator, but like through his tricorder or something.
Yeah.
Just shoot me a text message.
He's had a spy team on his ship for how long now?
Yeah.
We figured
Hey,
something
my
out.
tricorder's vibrating a little bit. I should probably check that. That's a message for me.
Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised Starfleet doesn't use text messages as often as they should.
It's not good TV.
It's not good TV.
Yeah.
That's why.
Well,
No, because then you have to
nowadays,
put the print super big, and it's like they're old or something.
It has to blink so you know it's futuristic.
You're
I
like,
know,
damn, does everybody have really bad eyes in the future?
there's other shows.
Yeah, they've been staring at screens all their lives.
It's true. They need a
Anyways,
screen break.
so I am aware of what's going on. So we know that Miao Miao is on her way down. She's getting delayed, and she's on her way to a secret meeting with this Orin Calder.
I will correct you because that she has not moved an inch.
Okay.
She is not going anywhere currently.
So we're just preparing for such action.
Right.
Prepare your car.
Yeah, I will break the interview with this news reporter. Could I possibly get her contact information if later I need service of a reporter?
Sure. If you get any acclaim for this, you certainly have her get a favor from her.
Sounds good.
So you leave, and she doesn't detain you because she asked all the questions she wanted. So she goes to bother other people.
And yes, I would like to prepare the car.
What are you preparing it to do?
Prepare for or quick ground travel through the city, following Miao Miao and her personal transport.
Okay. Reason plus con difficulty 3. You're charting a course. The car is of no help, I'll note. The car computer isn't nearly helpful enough.
Darn.
Well, I'm sorry. I would roll. If I get a 7 or lower, it helps. It is a computer. It does have a calculator in it. It has a map soft.
Interesting enough, Pathfinder, or this is an unknown territory. I'm trying to plot out a course to.
Hilariously, yeah. You've never been to New London before.
Okay.
If you were a human, I would have said, of course you've been to at least once. Betazoid? Nah, no reason to go there, really.
Yeah, it's New London. Who cares?
Yeah.
Old London was boring enough. Okay, let's reduce the difficulty of this. Yeah, we have enough. Let's reduce its difficulty by 2. I'm gonna up my complication to 3.
Okay.
And let's do one momentum, 2 threat. And okay, this might be a stretch. Astro navigation.
Add increased complication.
Okay, then, and let's reset that. So, I'm doing difficulty to comp 2 plus the extra comp.
Right.
Does that track? That makes sense? That's how my
Yeah,
skull?
comp 4.
No, comp 3. I'm bringing in the comp down by 2. Or comp 2. So it's difficulty 2.
Hey, it helps. Go car.
Oh wow. Now aren't you glad you got the rental car?
Yes, because I'll spend 2 to quash.
Okay. Last mover for the round is Samora.
So, I don't really know what there is for me to do. I feel like I've kind of done all the research I need. Maybe just start making preparations, not getting ready for surgery, but informing the medical staff of, this is what it's gonna be. That, if we end up having to do this surgery, like, don't be surprised.
So basically briefing the medical staff on that particular procedure so they don't have to read it up.
Yeah, because as said, this is a very uncommon procedure. I don't want to be doing it all on my own.
Just make sure you run the magnet from left to right.
That's Samora. I need Samora, not Sheena. Awesome. Okay, I am going to spend. I'm going to spend a momentum for a 3rd die. Does this count as attempting a task that would involve an unfamiliar medical procedure?
Yep.
So that brings the diff down by 1. Because it says ignore any difficulty increase stemming from your unfamiliarity.
Yep, that's fair.
Okay. I at least got the momentum back. Oh, actually, would research have applied as a focus?
No, you're talking to people, briefing
Okay,
people.
that's fine. I'll take that. So someone roll comms medicine.
That would have to be either Hagen or Varda because they're the only two with the ship.
I got it. Good luck, buddy. Yay!
You got it.
A new scene begins. And as the scene begins, something happens.
Dun, dun, dun.
Trouble.
Big spend.
Is the whole planet about to explode?
No, he has to spend 12 considering there's 6 people there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Well, the scene is going to end, so that means something's going to happen.
There's an explosion in the room.
Rocks fall.
Where
Everyone
it
roll
happened,
dodge.
the
Now
real
Miao
way
gets
it
transported away.
I mean, we know that she's dead anyway.
Yeah.
It's not
I mean,
enough
there's
threat
always
for
the potential
board.
that it got misreported.
Oh,
as
shit.
death.
Well, it's not enough a threat for the board cube. Okay, that's
Yeah.
bad enough.
Explosions.
The entire floor Mao Mao is on explodes in a plume of plasma fire.
Guess I should have transported her out.
And that is the end of part 1